I can call us to order here and do a roll. We're good. Okay, good morning. Today is January 27th, and I'm going to call the meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board to order. We'll just start with a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray, Member Joe Earhart. Here. Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
And Member Cheryl Ramstead. Here. And Paul Schnell is here. We do have a quorum of members. And with that, we'll turn to the first case today, Christopher Nelson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Christopher David Nelson, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Nelson also has his advocate participating today, Ms. Darla Holland. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, sitting to my left, and the rest of the board members as they were just introduced.
Ready when you are.
Our records indicate on November 11th, 1996, Gregory Johnson's parents reported to the Hubbard County Sheriff's Department that their son was missing. During the 6-month investigations, authorities, I'm sorry, where are we getting the
Radio mute background?
He's gonna turn it down. Okay. During the 6-month investigation, authorities learned that Christopher Nelson and an accomplice were responsible for the death of Gregory Johnson. The investigation revealed that Christopher Nelson shot Gregory, and both Christopher and his accomplice dismembered the body, trying to conceal the identity of the victim. They disposed of parts of the body in different locations. The whereabouts of Christopher Nelson and his accomplice were unknown at the time. On July 6th of 1997, Mr. Nelson and his co-defendant robbed a Snappy Mart convenience store in Deming, New Mexico. A customer and a store clerk testified that a man matching his description entered the Snappy Mart carrying a handgun, ordered them to the storeroom, and forced them to kneel. A man matching the co-defendant's description came in with something silver in his hand, taped the customer's hands together, and ordered the clerk to open the cash register. Nelson and his co-defendant then left the Snappy Mart along with a female accomplice. When police began following them, Christopher Nelson began shooting him. The two co-defendants later surrendered. Mr. Nelson fled to a hotel room and barricaded himself for 12 hours. He was eventually arrested and detained in New Mexico. On May 15th of 2000, Christopher David Nelson was sentenced to life for first-degree murder in Minnesota, Hubbard County District Court. Today's review represents his first review on his life sentence after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on February 6th of 2029. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. How are you today?
Okay.
Right. I'd like to start off this meeting by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I was very much hoping to be able to get an opportunity to apologize to the family and to Greg's family and the community. I was hoping to maybe find out what kind of a step down I might be able to participate in, if at all possible. Just hoping I can help in any way I can.
Okay. So just to take those things in order, you said that you'd like the opportunity to apologize. What is it? What does that look like in your view?
Seems to me that for myself, it doesn't seem that there's enough words, enough, there is no words to, to actually say what I need to say, and I hope that I can maybe through, through the RJ program through the DOC, maybe there's some programs maybe that are monitored. If there's anybody out there, even the officers that were involved in the investigation, anybody that I've harmed in any way, if they can get a hold of them and maybe start some, if it'll help them to start some kind of dialogue, if it'll help.
So what, I mean, just, it would be interesting, what would you say to someone, to a family member, if you had that opportunity?
I am so sorry. I, there's, there was no, there's nothing in the world that Greg deserved to have gone through that. Nothing in the world. I wish I could go back and change what I've done. That's been weighing on me for so long. I think I could use some help to find a way to apologize, because it seems that there's no words.
Mr. Nelson, let me ask you this question. What insights have you gained into your involvement in this offense?
Excuse me?
What insights have you gained as it relates to your involvement in this offense?
I've there's so many things that I've realized about myself, my past self, that are literally disgust me. And I didn't have the greatest childhood, and I was clinging to anything and everything I could that would, any kind of acceptance, and it led me down a horribly wrong road. And I've very much learned to avoid problems and try to be helpful to those that need help. I've pretty much the last 20 some years, I've become the guy that everybody goes to for advice and help. And I very much enjoy helping other people. As much so as they may be a administrative rep here. Everybody comes to me with their problems, I guess. I enjoy that. Being able to help people. In the early time of my incarceration, I didn't even know how to read. Literally, I was misspelling my middle name. And I've learned how to read. I'm very I can read short periods of time with adaptive devices. But I've educated myself. I haven't had many educational opportunities within incarceration yet. I'm very much hoping to further that. And education means so much to me right now. I've learned that empathy, great deal of empathy for other people. I've learned that I very much like to help people.
So you did not show considerable empathy at the time of this offense. Would you agree?
No, sir, no.
So looking back now through, through all you've learned, how do you characterize the level of brutality of the offense you were involved in?
That was, I unfortunately, I'd relive that over and over and over again. Those memories they make me sick. That person I was back then makes me sick. The cowardly actions, I don't understand how we could have done that. I really don't. I, that person I was back then, it just, I have no idea how I could have even been there, but I was. I, the weight of what I've done is it pulls me down.
So do you explain to us why it is that you believe that you are not no longer a threat to public safety? And I'm talking about, beyond just your physical ability. I'm talking about this around your criminal thinking and those sorts of things. What changes have you made?
I've made so many changes.
So what are they?
Well, learning to read really got me down a really good path. Reading the Bible, learning to read the Bible. That was the first book I learned how to read. They to treat other people the way you want to be treated, and everything else falls into place. Everything falls into place. And the person I am now, I have absolutely no room in my heart for any kind of bad feelings. I avoid people that that are going through bad things, but I want to try to help them also. But as far as me being violent again, there I know I have to prove to you guys that there is no violence left in me. Nothing, no ill will feelings, nothing. And I'm very willing to work as hard as I can to prove it to you guys.
So the records indicate that early in your incarceration, I don't know when or this changed, you involved yourself with folks who were engaged in picking on, harassing, mistreating those who were in prison and serving sentences for certain types of offenses, particularly sex offenses. Can you talk about that and if or how that changed?
The 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 day that it kind of started coming to me that prison life is so painful and lonely and hard as it is, I started realizing this before a certain situation. But one of the guys that some other guys were picking on at the time was in his room crying. And I passed by, I saw him crying, and I even broke down because I was one that was picked on. That was the last time I ever picked on anybody. But yeah, to this day now, if you would ask anybody in the community here, that any one of the guys, no matter what their crime is, they come up to me daily and just needing somebody to talk to, because it is a hard way to live. And I enjoy helping them, even if they have the bad crimes. It doesn't matter what the crimes are, they're still human beings.
Okay. When you think about what it would need, what you would eventually at some point in time need to successfully transition, what do you think that that you would need? And why?
And I think Miss Darla, she's come up with a lot more information on the programming and stuff like that. And I mean, Minnesota's amazing with the programmings for parolees and for disabilities. But educational, I'm desperate to get into some kind of educational programming. I need the adaptive devices to be able to, and I was looking into doing a paralegal course while I was here, but it was too difficult for the institution, and the adaptive devices were not allowed. But educational job training through, the education stuff. Um, any, counseling, aftercare. I mean, pile it on me. I would love to do as many programs as possible. I mean, I'm so desperate for programming and education.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to open it up to other members who may have questions for Mr. Nelson.
I've got a couple of questions from Mr. Nelson, and actually one of them was a follow up to something that you just said. You indicated that you're really just desperate for education, programming opportunities. One of the notes I made is, and I think this is your 27-year review, so you've been incarcerated for 27 years, yet there's not been an abundance of programming that you've participated in. So I'm wondering what has changed? Why are you so motivated now, or at least you have expressed motivation and sincerity now? What has changed? Why haven't you done that in the previous 27 years of your incarceration?
Well, I have always wanted to and been trying to get into educational opportunities, but the I with my eyesight, I get books on audiobooks from the blind and physically handicapped, and basically though that's how I learned how to read, and that and getting an audiobook on for the Bible and getting this same books, and I'm probably college level reading, but I can only read so long with adaptive devices. So I need the like I'm completely computer illiterate because I'm not able to use the computers in the education or library or anything. But they have programs for like voice to text, text to voice. That would be make the world a difference on any kind of education. They have another device. It's called a pen reader. I believe all you do is you scan the text and it reads it to you. But none of that is allowed here within this custody level. but it would make a world of difference on getting an education. I mean, I see some kind of I'm hoping, praying for some kind of, like, steps in learning how to use a computer, and then the job training and secretarial skills, and then maybe a paralegal course. I would love to do a paralegal course, but it's just a little too difficult here. There's like hundreds of books that and then need devices.
Okay. A couple other questions from me. And again, this is follow up to something that you said earlier, and something that I think we hear somewhat regularly in some of our hearings. And I like to ask the follow up question. So you said you are not the person you were when you committed the crime. You're a different person. Who was that person?
The person I was that guy was when growing up, I was severely abused, and I was out on my own very, very early, and we kind of those types of children kind of gravitate towards other outcast children, and you don't have any supervision, you kind of snowballs into problems. And by the time I got up here to Minnesota, I was getting my things together, but then I got hurt physically and then mentally. And when Scott and Pam found me, I was beyond down the tubes, and with just any kind of empathy or any kind of caring, I was grabbing a hold of anything, just any kind of kindness. And I was very gullible, but I can't blame it all on somebody else, because I was trying to belong, I guess. Hold on to something.
So it was your actions were more a result of the people that you associated with.
Uh, it was a contributing factor, and I was so lost. I had no calling, no reason to even exist at the time. I've found, through all the pain and misery I've been through, and I've found a path of empathy and trying to help other people now that I did not have back then. The 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 main rule for myself is to treat others the way you would want to be treated, and everything else falls into place. Everything. But the
Okay.
person back then did not have tools to even emotionally process problems. I was clinging on to people that I shouldn't have been clinging on to. Now I have the tools through a lot of the programming. Programming has been great. The programming that I've been able to do, the alternatives to violence has some awesome tools that not only work for the anger alternatives to violence, but it also has those same tools could be altered for like depression and stuff like that. So I'm on no medications at all, no pain medications, no psych medications, no antidepressants, no nothing like that. And it's mainly because of programming and the tools I've learned.
Last question for me. So one of the other things I noted was within your within the psychological assessment that was completed, I identified what I feel like were a lot of inconsistencies in what your version of something may have been versus, you know, corroborating or supporting information that the report writer was able to identify. And I'm just wondering if you have any insight on that or can explain why there were so many discrepancies between what you disclosed during the interview and corroborating information that oftentimes, well, is used as part of these assessments. So just wondering what your insight is on that.
I was really hoping to get an opportunity to explain that. In my early years, I was so angry and disgruntled and just stupid. And every psych evaluation, every drug assessment, I was going in there intentionally fudging with the just because I was angry and disgruntled. And thank God that the way I am now and the way I was back then is night and day. It doesn't match up because I'm not that disgruntled, angry person anymore. But yeah, I intentionally in those early years, I fudged with every. I'm sorry I did, but I did. You know, I'd go in there and intentionally mess with it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that explanation.
Mr. Nelson, I want to follow up a little bit on what Mr. Larson was asking you about in the psych eval, which was done in 2025. It said consultation with staff familiar with Mr. Nelson indicated there have been long periods throughout his history where he spends most of his time isolated in his room with little interaction with his peers. And then it goes on about that. You described to us, at least as I heard it, a situation where you're very involved with your peers,
Oh,
like
yeah.
they look to you for help and they come to you for help. So could you explain why the psych report is so different than what you just said?
Well, I do spend a little more time in my room to decompress. It's extremely loud where we live, and to be able to decompress a little bit in your room is, I mean, peace and quiet, boredom, I love it. But anytime I'm out of my room, the guys know that they can come to me. Anybody in the unit, anybody in the prison can come to me at any time. And if they just need to talk, I mean, a lot of guys just need to talk, but there's a lot of guys that need advice on how to go through the process of like going through the medical or ADA processes or other issues like that. That pretty much anytime I'm out of my cell, that's what I'm doing. I'm a unit, I'm an administrative rep now because the staff have seen that there's inmates that go to the staff and request my help. So that's how I ended up into that position. All day, every day, out at work, I've got guys coming to me all day, every day about different issues, how to take care of different situations. Even with situation, it seems like a big thing here is guys getting along with their roommates. You can put the two best friends in the same room for so long and eventually they're not going to get along. And every day I've got guys coming to me for advice on how to handle different situations. But yeah, but I do spend a little bit of time in my room because I like to listen to my audiobooks and listen to my Bible. Um, I'm not out playing. I don't play basketball or anything like that right now. So it's a little too loud out in the day rooms, but
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, in the 27-year institution progress report, the team there distinguishes between having identified, and you're having a lot of resource people and having support system. The difference between the resource people and the support. How do you distinguish those two, and who are your support people? It sounds to me like you are a resource person for a lot of the other people incarcerated, but who do you turn to? Where is your support? And what have you done to try to establish a support system that would help you succeed?
this has been much more difficult for me on the uh, kind of limited to the outside communities and stuff, but Miss Darla and Miss Frisbee and others that are in their advocates for uh, people like myself have been a huge help. It's like I've been able to, if I've felt frustrated for like this process, doing my release plan and stuff like that, I've been able to rely on them for advice and stuff like that. But as far as trying to build a ties to the community, you know, I'm so looking forward to if I'm ever given the chance to build up a very rock solid base with the church, um, restorative justice, as many restorative justice programs as I can. I'm told through the Freedom Works halfway house, they do a food drives through the church and stuff like that. All that stuff sounds great to me. And I very much look forward to try to build some kind of very strong network. But as far as where I am now, I'm very limited.
So your main support is the advocate who's here with you today? Is that what I understand you to be saying?
She's one of them. Very great person.
So you haven't really done anything since that report
I
to try to reach out and identify other support that you might have?
I did have a pen pal through the amicus, I believe they call it. But the guy that my pen pal was very elderly, could barely write. Um, and when they changed the mailing process here, it must have been a little too much for him. So he stopped writing. You have to send the mail to a different address, and he must have just decided that it was just too much. He very elderly guy, good guy, but that was the only other than the IWalk people and Justin McNeil. Um, that's been the only other opportunity I've had. We just don't have any. For myself, I just haven't had any opportunities.
You were urged to reconnect and establish relationships with your brother and sister. And again, the team said that you were very resistant and hesitant to do that. Have you taken any steps in that direction? And if not, why not?
Soon after that, or almost immediately after that meeting, I tried to contact both my younger brother and my sister, and they did reconnect for a couple emails, and I kept on trying to to keep engaged, but they seem to be pretty busy, and I don't like to be a burden. I'm very much hoping to, if I do ever get the opportunity to be able to, once I get stabilized and show them that, I don't have to be a burden to anybody, then I'm hoping to be able to reconnect with them at some point.
The record also reflects that you've refused to take medications. Why is that? And what type of medications?
I'm I am I'm kind of afraid of psych medications because they alter the way they make you feel goofy, and I don't like, I don't like feeling goofy, but it also makes you feel more vulnerable to other people. But then the pain medications is a whole different ball of wax. I was on a lot of pain medications um, years ago, and I was assaulted several times because I refused to give up my medications. And the last time I was almost killed. I had to get facial reconstruction. Uh, had shim underneath my eye. I still have double vision. Can't see anyways, but can't walk too well and can't see too well. And it still took more than one of them to beat me up to get my medications. Still wouldn't give them up, but to avoid that was a pretty traumatic experience. I would like to get somewhere where I can get better medical care and maybe take medications without having to worry about getting beat up.
What is your reason for specifying Lino Lakes as where you'd like to be transferred?
Excuse me?
What is your reason for specifying Lino Lakes, Minnesota Correctional Facility at Lino Lakes as where you'd like to be transferred to?
Um, I I was there was I was told years ago that there is no handicap accessibility at at any of the minimum securities, but I think that's what you're asking. I I'm not sure. You're talking about the last. Oh, I was trying to get there because of the dog program, and they had I believe they had a drug treatment there too. I was trying to get into, and they said that I did not qualify for the drug treatment, and my next best bet was Moose Lake. That was the issue there, and they have a dog program here. I'm in the unit where the dog program is.
Are you trying to get into that program?
I wish, I wish, I wish I could, but I've been told many times because of my disabilities and wheelchair and stuff like that, that there's no way. I can't get out to the dog yard or pick up dog poop or anything like that. but I'm just grateful to be able to pet a dog once in a while.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson,
Mr.
just, I was just, one quick question. You, as it relates, and some of these tied to questions you've been asked. In the psych report, you indicated, you wanted to speak to some of the things that were in there. You've been identified as having a moderate risk level. What's your reaction to that?
I can completely understand it. I mean, with all the fudging I did at the beginning of my time, I can completely understand your concerns. I'm willing to go through any of the drug treatments that you guys want me to do.
Okay, so do you also understand some of the questions that were raised about some of the differences in the way things are been characterized by you and some of the things in the record? And that, sometimes some of the things you're sharing may not be as readily observed by staff. Does that make sense to you why that would be?
I'm not sure what you're
What I'm asking is, you've described yourself as being kind of a community leader, as someone that others kind of look to and readily access for support, advice, information, and yet that's not always the observed sense of some of the staff. Do you have any idea why that would be the case?
that's pretty easy. I've never really um, I've always tried to keep my head low. I've never really stood out, to the staff. I try to avoid, and I don't need credit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You indicated that it made it sound as though faith, your faith is important to you, and you're regularly reading the Bible. Have you ever thought about PFA?
I filled out an application a while back, but I never got a response. Never.
So let me ask: is it something that you are interested in?
I would not mind it. I believe that Freedom Works was actually came out of that program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson, I have a couple of questions. I know that you admitted in the past you fudged on things when you were being interviewed by staff, but as recently as 2022, not that long ago, you're saying that you are not ever going to be at risk to abuse substances because you never have. Now, certainly throughout your entire life here, you talked about using substances of all types to excess, and it sounds like you were using substances, at least alcohol, at the time you committed the murder. So could you tell me why you think you are not at risk for abusing substances if they were available?
Well, I did fudge a lot of all of the drug assessments, the early ones, and psychological, because I was just a dumb kid, disgruntled. But as far as drinking, I drank a little bit, but I never caused any problems. As far as marijuana, I never really liked it. Any of the strong stuff, I I never had any interest, but I did fudge the drug assessments in the past.
Yeah,
But
and it wasn't just assessments. You have a history of selling drugs. There's a mention of manufacturing and using meth, extensive drug use. So are you still believing that you do not need chemical dependency treatment?
Well, no, I'm very, very, very willing to
Being
do.
willing is not the same. I'm asking if you believe you do not need the treatment.
It wouldn't hurt. I mean, it wouldn't hurt a
No, it
bit.
wouldn't hurt. But I'm just wondering if at any point you question whether you truly never abuse drugs and do not need treatment in order to make it safer for society. Not just you. I know you said that someone who needed it more should get it, but that's not an issue. This is for protection of others. So just wondering what your thoughts are about that if you are admitted into a substance abuse treatment program.
I would love to be admitted into a substance abuse. I mean, I know there's tools there that I can very much use.
Well, I
I
can't make you say you need treatment, but look back at your history and record and maybe rethink that. Another question is, were you using drugs at the time? Were you intoxicated or under the influence at the time you committed the murder and dismemberment of the victim?
no, ma'am. But I was taking some antidepressants, and I don't take those anymore at all.
So you and the victim and co-defendant were not drinking at the time that that you committed this murder and dismemberment.
I believe we had some beer, but
Just wanted to clarify that and perhaps give you something to think about. Also, was your crime motivated solely by anger, or what was the primary motivation for that murder?
that's a pretty complicated one. The day or two, my memory is kind of bad, but I believe it was a day or two before, I believe Pam's sister came to visit and was relayed some news from Greg about us three, and then that made Scott kind of mad, and then but he was even more mad about being threatened to tow his truck. And we would have, it was extremely stupid. We'd have, us three would have kind of like a round table type discussions, and just, and if somebody had a stupid idea, we'd all three add in, and those those memories are extremely painful for me. I mean, if you need more detail, I guess.
I'm just asking if there were other factors in addition to your anger toward the victim.
I believe it was mainly trying to, I don't know the word, loyalty towards Pam and Scott, trying to protect a very, very, very dysfunctional family that little family that we created. I believe that's the main drive, at least for myself, that was the main driving factor. I believe I was so lost back then, so needy, that I would have, I I was so clingy to what I thought was a family type of that I would have done anything at the time to protect them. But I'm so sorry to say that I was very, 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 very messed up back then.
Would you say that you put a bit of planning into this? The dismemberment, was that part of your original plan?
I don't believe so. I think it was the whole thing. I think it was at the spur of the moment. It was everything just went bad really, really, really fast, and everything went really, really, really bad. And it seemed like both Scott and I were just trying to come up with whatever we could at the. I don't exactly know exactly how everything went so bad so quickly, but the I don't think there was really any kind of plans. I mean, everything was just horribly a horrible avalanche.
Okay, thank you. Those were my only questions.
Okay, with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Holland. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being here to support and provide advocacy to Mr. Nelson. Would like you to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen or are aware of in Mr. Nelson over time, and what services or assistance you've been providing him.
Thank you. I really appreciate being able to speak on Chris's behalf today. And really what I'm here to actually, you know what, I have this whole thing written, but I'm just gonna speak from the heart. Some of this has been really painful to watch because I know Chris a little more, and we've had a lot of phone calls and messages through JPay, and I think he's just really struggling to articulate his change and articulate who he used to be and who he is now. And I really just think that that's a matter of like nerves and not being as comfortable around you guys, because it took him a little while with me as well. Um, I can say unequivocally that Chris has remorse. Chris has empathy for human beings. He is undereducated, and he has a lot of barriers because of his disabilities. And I know I'm formerly incarcerated. I know from firsthand experience that people who are trying to access programs or integrate in the prison population regularly when they have a lot of disabilities, it is harder. Those people are sort of misfitted, and just accessing anything, including a bathroom, can be difficult. I can also speak to my own experience of needing to belong at any cost. And I really relate with Chris on that. And I also can say that you can change and come out of that, because that is what has happened for me. I've been to prison 5 times. I can also relate to that like desperate need for loyalty to situations or people that are unhealthy. It's never anybody else's fault, the choices that we make, but I understand that mindset. And I think that if I were to able to articulate his change is, I think he's grown out of that immature thinking of needing to belong and needing to have acceptance at any cost, and learning to understand human value in himself and other people. I've been working with his caseworker, Troy, and I've also been working with Freedom Works, and they work with other people that have life sentences. I think there's 4 lifers there now. They're an extremely well-rounded program, and really my ask today is that he could be considered to step down to that program, because he would be able to access more of the programmings in the community and the medical and medical services and have the adaptive equipment without that being as much of a barrier, and that he could do their reentry program there. They have a treatment program. I have a friend of mine that has been there for 3 years. Like, he now has stepped down all the way to his own apartment, and he's doing really well. He's like a pastor at a church. So I just think that would be a really great opportunity for Chris to be able to do that. I absolutely do not think that he is a risk to public safety. I still think he has some learning to do about himself. And I think a lot of it is because of lack of confidence. But I do not, and I talk to, as an advocate, I talk to a lot of people in prison. And I feel like, as you guys probably have as well, I've sort of like gained this like discernment of like who's kind of BSing me and who just like maybe doesn't know how to really say it. And I really think in this situation, Chris just doesn't know how to articulate to you guys right now all that he's learned in these last 27 years and how far he has come. And he still has a ways to go. And so that's why I'm here today. And with Chris's age and his disabilities, are we really serving public safety at this point? If there's another program that can take him and he can start to get some, community education services, and, they are a faith-based organization and they're just really great. So thank you for your time. And I appreciate you guys letting me speak on his behalf.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Mr. Nelson, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments.
I'm just hoping for an opportunity to prove myself. I just given an opportunity, I am scared to death of the process that's going on. I wish I could, like Miss Douglas said, I wish I was a little bit more articulate. I am very much begging and pleading for the opportunity for educational. I know if just given any chance at all, I would make all y'all so proud. I know it.
Can I say one more thing too?
Yeah, just one quick comment. Yeah.
Yep. Myself and the other advocate that has been working with him, Ms. Frisbee, would be able to come alongside him upon his release and plug him into some extra resources. I'm the way that he got plugged into Freedom Works to begin with. I have a lot of ties to the community. I have, a lot of irons in different fires here for ways that he can receive services and the programming that he needs.
Great, thank you. Mr. Johnson, at this time, I'm going to close the discussion with you directly, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to board discussion on next steps.
I have a clarification question. Moderate need for SUD treatment, which is level 2.1 intensive outpatient programming. What does that mean about the directive for substance use treatment? Does he have one?
I mean, he does have there, and it really just is leveling of treatment that our providers now have the ability to do. Many people, if they need intensive inpatient, they would, do linolakes or, and this level 2 is of patient treatment is something that we now provide to make sure that we can match the treatment with the assessed need.
Can he get that level at Moose Lake?
I believe he could get that there. I think they're doing that level, but certainly at one of the facilities, he would be able to access that level of treatment. One of the things that I think about is, Member Ramsted's question just around the whole issue of deepening, community connections and those sorts of things. And I don't want to diminish that he's got a lot of people who have provided a lot of, kind of transitional expertise and some of those sorts of things. But I do, wonder about things like how do you create this broader pro-social network of other people so that, his life is more rounded. And, this whole notion of PFA becomes one of the ways that people really get a lot of connections with people in the community because folks are coming in from different churches who participate in that program. And could that be something beneficial to him in the near term? Something that he expressed an interest in. And so, I was thinking of that related to this as well.
Well, I think his advocate made a good argument about what would be helpful to him. But I also am not convinced that he's being completely honest, either with us or with himself or something. I just don't know. So maybe to that point, I mean, my gut reaction obviously was deny parole because he isn't even eligible, and continue for 3 years, I guess, maybe even a little more. But maybe the idea of moving him into a different facility, I don't think he's ready for step down, but just as a test of where he is at, I guess that would be a motion.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Clarification. What was the timeline, or what was the time frame? I'm sorry, Chris. Did you say 3 years?
Yeah, I said, actually, I think I said I was thinking 3 to 5. So I'm kind of open on that, but 3 at least, obviously.
I would, I would support a 3-year, and that would bring him to his eligibility date. That would make some sense. And then, depending upon what happens there, could be good. So I would second it if just with that clarification, if you're agreeable to that.
I would support that. I think Chris's comment about not being totally candid with himself or with others is very accurate. I didn't sense there was insight. There's a lot of excuses, but not a lot of personal responsibility. And I think that's something that may be a hard nut to crack for him because he's been the one providing support to others. And he's a proud guy who's not going to find it easy to ask others for support, especially, within this system. But I think that's an appropriate time frame with the proviso that he works on that insight and, mental health treatment. And I'm a little confused on where his substance use disorder treatment mandate is. Is there one right now?
Yeah, it would be that outpatient, that outpatient level
could be
treatment.
any
But
place.
outpatient within the DOC, I think, is what we're talking about here.
So that would be one of the provisions as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a lack of real insight, a real depth, and I would hope that maybe through participation in PFA treatment, maybe it provides him an opportunity to dig into that, because I do think there is, and I raise the question, just the inconsistencies within the information that we reviewed. He's going to have to really dig and start to be honest, because yes, I understand that maybe there may have been some of those things that he misrepresented in his earlier years. However, I think Joe raised the point, he has criminal charges for drug and alcohol possession from when he was, very early as an adolescent. So I think there's more there than what he's acknowledging or really being truthful about. So I really think he needs to dig into that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. That would be a denial of parole, 3 years, continuance with some of the programming options that we've explored here. So to that motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Unanimous vote. Mr. Nelson, your parole is denied. Obviously, you were not fully eligible yet. You would be continued for 3 years, which would be at your parole eligibility date. You've had the opportunity to hear some of the discussions that we've had here about things that we think, we would like to see you put some effort into. And we will have some conversations, and I would encourage you to have some conversations, Mr. Foucault, your case manager, and we'll have engage with you. We'll get you a letter on this. But to the extent that programming is available in another facility like Lino for both to address both the treatment need and really begin to provide you with that community of support. That hopefully will begin to also help you have additional community contacts and could be beneficial and helpful. Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We wish you the best. Take care. And thank you, Ms. Holland.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to connect to a different facility here in a minute.
Are we ready for it?
I need a second.
Can I, do we have time for?
Yeah, yes. For those who may be watching, we're just going to set up here. We will have 2 additional board members brought into this section of the hearing. The remainder of the hearings that we have here this afternoon are those individuals who were juveniles at the time of the offense and were certified as adults. And that necessitates the inclusion of 2 additional members. That's Ms. Nelson and Don Struford will be joining us, and they're both here and present. And so we'll begin here momentarily. Okay.
All right, you guys able to hear us from Utah?
Yes, we are. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board in Minnesota. We are here today to review Jeffrey Charles Pendleton Jr., who is participating through live stream video from the Utah Department of Corrections. Mr. Pendleton also has an advocate participating today, Attorney Zach Longsdorf. Can you hear us, sir?
I can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for confirming. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, Don Strufert, Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Thank you. Our records indicate that on September 24th of 2004, Jeffrey Pendleton Jr. and 4 accomplices caused the death of Robert Berry Jr. with intent while committing kidnapping. Mr. Berry was beaten and stabbed and his body dumped in a river. A vehicle along with some of the clothing the subjects were wearing were all burned. About 3 years later, on August 20th of 2007, Jeffrey Charles Pendleton Jr. was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole by Redwood County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. On September 16th of 2016, Redwood County resentenced Jeffrey Pendleton Jr. to life with the possibility of parole after having been found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Jeffrey Pendleton now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years of incarceration. On September 10th of 2024, Mr. Pendleton was reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. He was continued for a future review by the board in 18 months. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His original parole eligibility date is October 19th of 2034. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Pendleton is eligible to be considered for release as of October 19th of 2019. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pendleton. How are you today?
I'm okay. I'm getting over the flu, but I'm all
Okay.
right.
All right. That sounds, I hope you're glad you're feeling better. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting, and go from there.
Okay. Yeah, I would, so what I'd like to see is, I would respectfully ask and see if the board would consider removing the drug treatment directive. And the reason I'm saying that is because I took the Rule 25 ASAM exam along with the psych eval, and it says that I was a low risk, low maintenance outpatient treatment aftercare criteria. So I'm just wondering why we're not going with that and why I have to do it here. And if you would be willing to at least think about that, then that would remove this out of my way. And I'd ask to go to a lower custody level and eventually to work release, something along them lines. And is there any review process for the drug treatment directives? Or is that just something, once it's there and it never leaves? I'm curious about that. I mean, if you're gonna make me do it, I'll do it, but I'm almost 40 years old now and I've never used drugs in my life. You know, it's a little late in the game to start getting high now. I mean, that's just not something I'm gonna do, period. And with all that in mind, I think it's a fair question to ask, you know, why it's being stood on so sternly. And I just ask that you would at least consider it, you know, and I've tried it here. I was halfway done with it and I got a diluted UA and it ruined my life. And the way that works is, so you get UA'd there every week or so. It's kind of an intensive deal, right? And they just show up randomly. It could be 5 in the morning, it could be 10 at night, you don't know. And so I give them the UA, they send it to their lab here. And then about a month later, they come back and say, well, Jeffrey, you had watery urine. So that indicates to us that you're trying to hide drug use. And that's just the way it is. So we're gonna write you up for drug use and you're just gonna have to deal with that. And that's just the way it is. And it's unconscionable to do that to me when I'm trying to get my life back, but they don't care. And it's not a positive drug test, like say for meth or heroin or anything like that. I just want to point that out because they write it up as though it is, but it's not. And I'm back in line to go back over there again. I'm gonna do this. I am. It's just I feel as though the goalpost got moved on me, and it's disheartening and discouraging. But I just ask that you think about that. And you know, I've given you 21 years, 3 months and some change. I think it's like 9 days in this morning. I know you say it's 18 years, but you know, it's more than that. And I feel bad. I really do feel terrible about not getting it done. Like I said, I was halfway there, man. And it's terrible. I don't even know how to explain it, man. Besides from what I just told you, that's exactly the way it went. I'm not adding anything and I'm not subtracting anything. I'm telling you exactly the truth. And you can read the write-ups and see it for yourself, man. And I just ask that you know, take that into consideration before you make any decision today.
So, you know, I just want to make sure that the record is clear that, you know, you are not written up for positive drug use, and you're absolutely right about that. There was, however, this dilution that was noted in testing, and that you were not removed from the program. Is that also accurate?
Yes, but see, the thing is, so they have this, they're like, well, you can stay your first ones, you know, you can stay, Jeff, but you're gonna have to do this 42 days of what they call RRG, right? Which is a separate sanction from disciplinary. So in addition to that, and with that is they take your electronics, they turn your phone off, they make you sign in and out of the section, they move you up to the front by the door or by the desk, and they make you write a 2-page paper, like an essay, taking accountability for what you did. And you have to read it to the whole unit, right? At this meeting we have every Wednesday in the chapel. And I told them, well, the problem with that is that I know I didn't do nothing wrong. and you're exploiting me. That's what this is. I mean, we can call it something else if you want, but that's what you're doing to me. And you're forcing me to write a paper saying I'm hiding drug use when I don't even use dope. I've never have. So it's unconscionable for you to force that upon me. And I get some guys do play the let's get high and flush game. I understand that, but not me. That's not my thing. So what about me? And they're like, well, I don't know what to tell you, Jeff. You just got to do what you got to do. And that's the way it is. And I said, well, what about the next one? Because you can only have two dilutes or two positives there, and then they throw you out. Anyway, so their reply was, well, I don't know what to tell you, Jeff, because I asked him, I said, well, what's the formula? Tell me exactly how I go about this so this doesn't happen again. Help me out. And they said, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, it's just something you got to deal with. And that's their stance.
Okay. You made a comment, I think, just a minute ago saying, look, I've given you 21 years. Just talk about that. I'm trying to get a sense of what that means and that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm wondering why, because like it seems like almost I think it's 1,000 days and 1,005 days or something I did in jail. You know, it seems like that's discounted, like that didn't happen or something, and we're starting from when I got to St. Cloud, and this is my 18 years or whatever, and I'm like, just, you know, that mattered to me, you know, I had to do that time there, and I just don't understand why that gets said that way.
Can you just describe why you're doing time? Just because I'm trying to make sure, like, where the accountability lies here. Is it on us that you've given us 21 years? I mean, where is the accountability side of this equation?
Oh, I mean, I don't understand, like, what do you mean? Like,
I'm asking you that question because I'm confused by who you gave 21 years to. I mean, like, I don't care about how much, you know, the jail credit. I mean, 21 years, 18 years, whatever number you want to use. What are you being held accountable for by the system?
oh, so you're saying that it doesn't matter how much, it just matters that I'm accountable for.
No, I'm asking what it is that you are being held to account for.
For aiding and abetting first-degree murder during the course of kidnapping.
Okay. So it's somehow the message, the way it was communicated, it almost sounded like you were owed something. And again, and so I'm not sure what that is, but that's how it came across.
No, I mean, you don't know me anything. You can keep me here for next 1,000 years if you want, Paul, but that's not what I'm saying is that the way I took that was, well, we don't start counting, Jeff, until you get here. And everything before that doesn't really matter.
I
That's
don't
the way
I don't think we're saying that at all. Just so you know, I don't think that's what we're saying.
Okay.
Let me just ask this question. So, you raised the question, you know, like, hey, would you guys take a look at dropping this directive? And you had cited a number of reasons for why that directive could or should be dropped. You indicated that you were halfway through the program, absent, you know, the issues here. Can you talk a little bit about what if anything you gained from the treatment program?
I did like the seminars. I liked teaching seminars. Um, I liked I liked the community. The I liked the positivity of that. Um, I a lot of it was kind of hard for me to relate to be honest, because a lot of the treatment stuff is focused more on methamphetamine and Suboxone and fentanyl abuse. And I don't have that issue, but it did help me to empathize with them more, if that makes sense. To kind of see things from their point of view, people that are struggling with that. And I did get some good stuff out of that. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was very rigid though. It was a ton of rules. And you know, I bent over backwards to follow every single one of them. And it seemed like that just wasn't good enough.
Okay. I have no additional questions. Other board members?
Mr. Pendleton, I had a question about the UA. The one that I'm looking at right now is for creatine. Did you test positive for anything other than creatine?
No, ma'am. No, it
No,
says
do you-
something in there too about gravity levels, right? And your low gravity and all that. But no, that's all it is.
And do you take creatine for muscle building? It's not a fun substance. I'm just wondering why they would test it for anything other than medical.
Yeah, I actually had to look that up. I was like, it says something about creatinine being in there's some technical term for it to be in your urine and
Well, yeah, kidney disease can cause it, as can supplements for weight building or
right, no, they don't sell that to us here. They do sell whey protein and other supplements and things, but they don't sell that. And it's I don't know exactly how that all works, but they write it intentionally like that to make it look like, you know, scientific or whatever. And so they aren't just saying, well, you're getting a write-up for water UA, Jeff. You know what I mean? That's, I think that's their angle or whatever.
okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Pendleton, besides your frustration with the substance use treatment, what is it? I guess I am still curious to know, what is it you're hoping for from this hearing in terms of where you're going, what you're going to do, kind of the future?
Well, like I said, I'd like some kind of structured step down program or something. And you know, I'm trying here, man. I really am. And it just seems like the goalpost keeps getting moved and and stuff like that. It's so discouraging. But I'm gonna do it. If you say I gotta do it, then I'm gonna do it. But you know, I have to ask. You know, my sister-in-law, Miranda, she's our tribal secretary, and she was telling me that we do have outpatient treatment on the reservation and inpatient. It's called New Paths, I believe it's called. And you know, I could do it. I could do it there. I mean, I don't think you're gonna do that, but I have to bring it up. And you know, I that's just kind of where I'm at with it right now.
Thank you.
Questions or?
Go ahead. You hit the button, Don? Yep, there you go.
I've learned how to do this yet. I've been impressed with the responses from the leadership programs you've been in. Particularly, let's see, the Smart Recovery.
Yeah.
The connection you have with your father, your sister-in-law. I mean, there's people who are applauding what you've accomplished. I also understand your disgust and your despair with the issue of exploitation. What do you have to continue to work with exploitation? How's that going to be overcome from your side?
I said this in jest, but I guess I mean it though too, is like I told Lieutenant Kaufman, I said, you know, what do you expect me to do? Do you want me to just lay in bed for the next 6 months and sip water from a bottle cap on the off chance that you're gonna decide to UA me again today? He's like, oh, I don't know, Jeff. I don't know what to tell you. You just gotta deal with it. I was like, well, if I have to, then I'm going to. But it's unreal to me. And I talked to Miss Carrie Bennett, you know, and she's been talking to administration here about this, because this isn't just an issue for me, right? They wrote up a whole bunch of people and turned their lives upside down with this. It's not just me. There's a whole bunch of guys that got kicked out of that program for these diluted UAs. And they're aware of it, in other words, and they're looking at solutions for it. And but like I said, I'll just go back and just push through it if I have to and navigate it, I guess. I don't know what else to say. And like I said, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying here. I'm doing the best I can. And it just felt so wrong for them to do that to me. You know, and I asked them, man, you guys don't have to do this to me. You know, you're gonna take all my stuff for something, you know, I didn't do. Well, Jeff, if we don't do it for you, then we can't, we have to do this for everyone else too, you know?
So the obstacle is the urine test, or the results of that test indicating there's some dilution. You've got the wherewithal and you've got the capacity to go into that program and give it a try.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But the energy is going to maybe a very, very important obstacle right now with this test, right?
Yeah. And yeah, you're right. And I guess I was just so upset at the time that I just couldn't believe this was happening.
So
You
where
know.
are we agreeing right now?
That I just need to go and do it and just get it over with, right? And I think just push through it, I guess, is kind of where you and I are agreeing on it. And
In other words, you're saying you think you can get something worthwhile from the substance abuse treatment.
I wouldn't say that.
I think that's important, though. Would we agree on that? I don't want you wasting your time. You don't want to waste your time.
I would say that I don't feel I need it. And that I would be taking up space for someone who really does. That being said, I did enjoy teaching seminars and helping guys, as far as like, I told them, you know, I helped 3 different guys I helped. I said, if you guys start working out and you come work out with me, I'll show you how to do this stuff. And this will give you a positive outlet. So you don't have to look for dope. You don't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You can do this instead. And once you start doing this, you won't want that.
I see your energy shift. I see your hope, your sense of accomplishment when you talk about being a leader, right? Am I seeing it right?
Yeah. and you know, I like to help people, man. Giving something back, I guess that's the way to play it, right? Um, Arnold, someone who I like a lot, who I look up to, Arnold Schwarzenegger, talks about that. Tear down your mirrors. Don't always be self-involved. Always make time to give something back to someone else who needs help. And in that, you'll find fulfillment in a way that you won't know any other. And I believe that.
I believe that too. I appreciate that. And I guess I'm naive enough to say that I think you could do that in the drug treatment program. Help others.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Absolutely.
so that positive is being denied right now because of a urine analysis or a threat of future urine analysis.
Like I said, I'm in line, and I've spoken to my case manager here, Miss Letitia, who's been very helpful. And she's spoken to Carrie Bennett, and I'm in line to go back and do it again. So it's not like I'm just saying no. And it's not that. I'm gonna go do it, and I'll help who I can help along the way. And I'm trying, man.
Yeah, I believe that. May I ask also, what's going to happen when you complete that program? What's next on the list in terms of challenges, obstacles, opportunities after drug treatment?
I would ask for some kind of structured step down program or something along those lines towards paroling, right? I mean, I think that's kind of the way it goes. I mean,
In Minnesota or in where you're at now?
I mean, I guess I'd have to come back to do it there, right? I mean, but in the meantime, I'd like to stay here and do it here and do the drug treatment stuff here and get this stuff done. But it's ultimately up to you, right?
Yeah, this board has that authority or that power or that responsibility. But right now, you'd like to get some stuff cleaned up or get some things settled where you're at and then move back to Minnesota?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. I yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at. I had some, little talking points and stuff wrote down here. I just asked that, if you're gonna pass me, and you're gonna make me stay, I've been here for 7 years now, and I have a positive environment I'm currently in. I don't have to look over my shoulder or have to deal with all the old beefs and grudges that are there waiting for me. And I'm better
In
off here.
Minnesota? Beefs and grudges
Yeah.
waiting for you in Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I hear you.
And I'm back in line for the treatment program, and I'm almost done with victim impact. I'm on module 8, and there's 12 modules, so I got like 4 weeks left. And
Okay.
it makes more sense. It makes more sense just to let me stay here. I just need a little more time. I just need more time to get everything figured out. I did the MRT, and like I said, I'm almost done with victim impact, which is based on restorative justice.
Uh-huh.
And and I did the Becoming Your Best leadership with Steve Schallenberger. That class really was wonderful, man. That really really affected my life. It really did. I was so happy to be there with him and Ron Williams and Corbin Church. They really care for us. They really want us to do better.
Is that still available for you?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
go there as a mentor now because I graduated it.
What about Native American? I really appreciate and respect your connection with the Native community and values and tradition. What's happening there for you?
Oh, yeah, every Saturday, first Saturday of the month, we have an Anipi Kaga sweat lodge ceremony. And I'm our drum group's lead singer. I, that's, that's how I do, I do my medicine and stuff, and I love to sing.
Yes.
And, that's, that's my, that's my heart. I think in another life I was a singer somewhere, because I really enjoy that. And I've pledged to Sundance whenever I do finally get home in Pipestone, Minnesota,
Uh-huh. I'm familiar with that. Yes.
with my family. They do a Sundance there every year.
Uh-huh. So family has been part of that for a long time.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna give my life to ceremonies and to raising my nieces and nephews, and someday my own children. I don't care about gang stuff. I don't care about none of that political stuff. I just want to go to work, pay my taxes, and be left alone, and go to ceremonies and be with my family and get to know them again.
Uh-huh.
I've never met any of my nieces or nephews, and it's heartbreaking, truly. And I have so much regret, man. My heart's broken, and I'm wrong for what I did, and I'm sorry. And if I could bring Junior back, and if I could take it back, I would. But there's nothing I can do.
Oh, I think you're doing it. That's what you've just showed me.
If I could talk to myself when I was young, I'd tell him, Jeffrey, you don't have to do this stuff. You should just stay with your grandparents, bro. You should go in the army. You should make a life. You don't have to be like your dad. I was homeless. My dad was in prison. And my mom was strung out on dope.
Yes. Yes. Painful. Painful.
That's not an excuse, but that is reality. That puts some things in perspective, right? And I wish I could talk to myself when I was that age.
Uh-huh. I think I see you working right now. I'm also interested in what's happening with you and your dad. I understand there's a connection there. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, my dad's been out. He's been out since February of last year. He's at home, and he's doing good. And he has a job at our casino, and he does he has a master's in like landscaping and doing that kind of stuff, and has plans to get his business back running. And I just talk to him. I talk to him every day, almost every day. And he said, Jeffrey, if you can come home, we'll get you a job at the casino with me. Um, we can make it work. And we could be a family again.
Wow, what a gift. I use the word grace that goes along with that, from exploitation to grace, that your dad's there.
Yeah, yeah, he loves me. He does. And you know, he spent most of his life in prison, and he just said, you know, Jeffrey, we got to stay home, man, and just be with these little ones and show them a better way. Um, and that's what I want to do. Sorry for getting all emotional, but
No, you're showing me the better way that you've got there. Thank you. You know, I'll open it up to further questions from other in the group, unless there's more you and I can talk about.
Mr. Pennell, can I just ask a question related to something that Mr. Strufer just asked? Or part of that discussion. You talked about staying there, wanting to stay there. And one of the reasons you indicated, at least, was concerns about beefs that may exist here. And so I wanted to address, and I think I recall last time we talked about the possibility of you coming back after doing some things there. But let me just ask this point blank. Do you think that coming back to Minnesota, if you were in a medium level custody facility, do you think you could manage that or navigate that without problems?
I don't think so. But I mean, who knows exactly? But just given the nature of everything, I don't think it would go over so hot.
Okay. I asked that simply because as much as I hear some of I see some of the the things that you're doing that I really am impressed by, but then I'm trying to think about this pathway. Like, what's the pathway home, and what does that look like? And because I'm concerned, it's not just about like moving to a facility here. Some of these beefs, some of these challenges, as you well know, are going to exist elsewhere. And so if you could help give us a sense of how do we navigate that going forward? You know what I mean by that question?
I think I take your meaning. Well, I just say, you know, when you're in prison, you can't get away from it. It's there, and you just have to deal with it, you know. And out in the world, like I said, I would just avoid those people and like, hey, bro, like, miss me with that, dude. I'm not even gonna entertain any of that. You know what I mean? I would just avoid all that kind of stuff like the plague. And I do that here, but there's only, I mean, you can only go to the other side of the room. You know what I mean? And you can only do so much, in other words. And I what I can do, I do. I'll just put it that way.
But you
can
see,
do-
it seems like you have done some navigation of those issues, those challenges there. Would you agree with that? Is that fair? That that you've stayed out of some of the, I don't know, politics, the STG stuff, the whatever beefs that may exist there.
Yeah.
And so is it just the history that would make it a challenge to coming back here?
That's a big part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But the politics are a bit different
Okay.
there than they are
Okay.
here as
Okay.
well. There, it's kind of more it's a lot more racial, and it's just something I wouldn't be able to avoid there. I don't believe that, not in my heart. If I come there, it's going to be an issue, I believe. And I mean, I'm willing to do it. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do,
Well,
Paul.
no. Here's the thing. The last thing I want to do is set you up for failure, right? We don't want to set you up for failure. That's not in anybody's best interest. And yet at the same time, I think if, some way, someday, Jeff Pendleton is coming back to Minnesota. And
Yes,
so
right.
then, what does that look like? And
Right. Um, I
okay.
don't know, man. I just, that's the best I can answer for now,
No,
right?
I appreciate that. I appreciate the honesty of that answer. I do.
I have one question, Mr. Pendleton, that's pretty practical. How long is substance abuse treatment there? If you get back in and you do what you have to do and you complete it, how long will that take?
Around 6 to 7 months.
Thank you.
Well, they do
Yeah.
some wiggle room for, um, you know, staff can't make it or holiday, et cetera. So it's around that general area.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Pendleton. If I understand correctly, like, so your long-term goal in terms of, release back into the community is to return to, I think the reservation, you said. Is it the reservation or the area where your crime was committed?
Um, so yeah, I'll answer that in two parts. So yes, as far as I know, when you go on parole, from my understanding, I mean, I'm no expert, right? I've never been out, but I thought you had to go back to your county of commit, right? Whatever they committed you to the department. And then I don't know if you can put in a transfer from there or not or whatever. Uh, personally, I would probably like to go to Minneapolis. I think that might be a little easier on me. And to stay away from, negativity, et cetera, things that are on the res. But if you want me to go back there, like I said, I'll go, and my dad's there and he's been navigating it and he's there to help me. I have my
Yeah.
family there. I have family in Minneapolis too. My auntie Dina, she says she'll take me. She's like, I got a room for you right now, Jeffrey. You can come here and everyone will they'll leave you alone. You'll be with us. So I have my family in Wisconsin, my grandparents, Chuck and Mina, they mean the world to me. They've been there for me my whole life. My whole life they've been there. And all they ask of me is to be there to bury them. That's all they ask. Jeffrey, you need to come home and do what they tell you so that when we pass away, you can take care of our affairs. And that's so yeah, that's if if uh if it would be too hard there or whatever, then I would go to Minneapolis, maybe that with my auntie Dina and them and her whole side of the family. I mean, there's options there, is what I'm trying to point out, right?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and certainly, the commissioner or Rebecca could certainly speak to more. To your point, there are options in terms of release planning. One of the reasons I was kind of going in that direction was just kind of curious, like if you were to release back to the reservation, how you think that would sit with, and I don't know if, victim family members are still there. Like, do you have concerns about that dynamic? I don't know if there's bad blood or even potentially what that would do to the victim family members if they're still there. So I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on that.
So like I said, my dad's been out for a while now, and keep in mind the victim's family is also mine too, right? And
Yep.
so my dad has talked to a lot of them, and from my understanding, just telling you what my dad has said to me is that they're like, well, we're okay with Jeffrey coming home. You know, he was a stupid kid and what happened and they're more worried and more mad at Keith Crow and Morris Pendleton because they were older, you know, and they had been to prison already and they should have known better. That's the sentiment that was told to my dad. And so that's my sentiment, and I think my little cousin Nathan had wrote a letter to you guys, to the board, and talked about doing some ceremonies, the Kichi Yushkapi, the untying ceremony, and the wiping of the tears. You know, that's something that I'd like to do with my aunt and and it's a ceremony that they would do back in the day to untie so that there wouldn't be revenge killings or honor killings, or you know, people wouldn't seek vengeance on each other and it would snowball, and then people's brothers and fathers and sons and etc. would inherit these things, and it'd be tear the tribe apart, it would tear the community apart. So it was our way of doing restorative justice, I guess you might say. And it's something I've looked into. And I talked to Laura Velaz. She does Native American traditional restorative justice there in Minnesota. And I spoke to her and told her thank you for doing this stuff and trying to give our people a better way of dealing with their grief, you know, and instead of, you know, harboring that hurt, you know, there's a better way. And you know, I want to do the right thing, man. I promise you I do.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, and I'll just close with I go back to actually one of the strengths that was listed within your assessment is that you say, if you say you're going to do something, you are going to do it. He says what he means. So I hope you hear that and remember that on this treatment piece. I know you say you don't think you need it. I do think there's something that you can potentially benefit from. So I really want you to and encourage you to continue pushing forward on that.
Yes, sir. If you tell me to do it, I'm gonna do it, man. Just so I can go home, you know, and I know I do have an issue with alcohol. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's not a thing. Yeah, but I've also went 11, 12 years without drinking you know, at one time. And, you know, it's something I can just say no to. No, man, I'm good. I'm not doing that because these are the consequences. You know, it's a different kind of beast and it's something I can say no to. But at the same time, I understand it's something I have a problem with. And that's why I go to AA and the Wellbriety here. They have a class here called Native American Wellbriety, which is it's Native American AA, right? And you know, I go there and I'll sing traditional songs, and you know, it's just something that you keep doing, you know, each week or every other week, and so yeah, I I just don't want you to think like I'm just discounting it or not saying, you know, I know I have an issue with that, but it's something that I can deal with easier than it would be, say, fentanyl or methamphetamine, right? It's, um, That's-
Mr. Pendleton, if I can just say, I want to just acknowledge it, just in the interest of time here. I hear what you're saying. I want to make sure I give your attorney a chance here to speak and talk a little bit. And if there's anything else, we'll come back to you to give you an opportunity to close this out. But Mr. Longsdorf, I just want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts to the board.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think I can provide a little bit of context on this diluted urine thing that Jeff was talking about that I don't think that he necessarily mentioned, because has tried very hard to get into that program and was completing it quite well. What happened was about halfway through, the facility out there switched from an outside drug testing facility to an in-house facility. And when that happened, a large portion of the class got these notices that their samples were diluted. And there was some discipline pending from that. But what's happening now is that people are having those disciplinary proceedings dismissed when they've challenged it. And it seems likely that Jeff is in line to have that done as well. Although at this point, he's out of the course and the damage is done. But I just wanted to reiterate that this is not a situation where he had failed a drug test or that he had taken any kind of overt step that resulted in him not being able to complete the course. And he is trying desperately to get that done. The other thing was that Jeff had mentioned, he's concerned about what'll happen when he comes back to Minnesota, and specifically, how is he going to be able to deal with it in a correctional facility. And I just wanted to note, I don't want to get into a ton of detail about exactly what he told me, but this is a situation that didn't really have anything whatsoever to do with Jeff. It was somebody in his family, but not him, something that happened where Jeff was not any part of it. But it's a situation where there's a lot of blowback on him. And what he's really concerned about is that he's trying to keep himself in a position where he's moving forward to a place where he's going to be on supervised release. And I think it just seems, based on his past interactions in Minnesota, that when he comes back, there will be people who continue to target him. And as they do that, he's going to be in a position, as he said, because he can't get away like he could if he was out in the world, where he's going to be either assaulted and get hurt, or he's going to have to fight. And neither one of those are things that are really compatible with where he's trying to get in this case. So I guess that's just kind of the context on those two things. And then really the other thing I wanted to mention was that, this is a case where Jeff was only 15 years old at the time of this offense, and he was the youngest person involved by a couple of years. And his youth doesn't excuse his actions here, but it does provide some context for how he got to where he is. And I think kind of the way that this law came about, where juveniles are able to be up for review after 15 years, kind of tracked along with some United States Supreme Court decisions that were based on sort of brain science about how juveniles are less culpable than adults, and they're more unique in their ability to change as they mature. And sort of the end case on that was this Miller v. Alabama, where the Supreme Court said that juvenile offenders can't get automatic life without the possibility of parole sentences. And they sort of identified kind of three hallmark features of adolescence that made the juveniles different, including a lack of maturity and an underdeveloped sense of responsibility, leading to recklessness, impulsivity, and heedless risk-taking, vulnerability to negative influences and outside pressures, including from their family and peers, and a character that's not as well formed as an adult. And I think that if we look at Mr. Pendleton in this case, he's really got a lot of those hallmarks that both sort of went into how he got himself into this situation, where he took part in a series of events that resulted in a family member's death. And also, but we can see it now, where the Supreme Court has talked about people who were juveniles had a sort of a unique opportunity to change and to rehabilitate as they became older and more mature. And I noticed Mr. Pendleton talked about some of these factors that led up to his being involved in this crime. And I would note, I think that he's accepted a great deal of responsibility. He was part of this. There's things in the record that suggest that he didn't want to cause any further harm to the victim and that he was sort of overridden by the other members of the group. And I think that the things he did willingly, and he knew they were wrong and he did them anyway, but he didn't stab the victim in this case and he didn't cause his death. And they put a knife in his hand and told him to, and he said, no, I won't do it. And that's sort of what the Supreme Court talked about with this vulnerability to peer pressure. As the youngest member in the group, he said, no, we can't do this. Let's not do it. He's overridden. He did these things willingly, but kind of under duress. And again, that doesn't explain or doesn't excuse his actions, but it's kind of an explanation. But the second part is the Supreme Court also emphasizes that the science shows that the differences of youth mean that the young offenders are unique in their ability to change as they mature. And I really think you can see that in Mr. Pendleton's record. When he first came in, his record was really not very good. When he was really young, he's in there. I think young offenders in facilities are kind of targeted, and when they have long sentences, they're not a high priority for programming. And so you see a lot of, they get in trouble, they get involved in gangs, they hook up with people they think are looking out for them, and later find out they didn't. But as Jeff has grown, he talked about a lot of these things, and we've seen him. He completed this Becoming Your Best Leadership Academy, which is a 5-month leadership course for entrepreneurs. His review packet contains a support letter, I believe, from the facilitator of that class, Steve Schallenberger. Jeff completed a program called Moral Recognition Therapy. It's kind of similar to restorative justice in Minnesota. He's almost done with his victim impact class. I would note that 5 years ago, before this legislative review process was passed, Mr. Pendleton voluntarily entered and completed a 2-year program called the Modified Monitor Program. That's a program for inmates who want to leave gang life behind, and it's a 2-year, heavily involved program with really strict monitoring to ensure that participants are actually committed to leaving the gang life behind. Mr. Pendleton did this for himself 5 years ago, long before this law giving him the opportunity at the possibility of this review was passed. We can also see his maturity in how he spends his free time. He's been attending these AA or well-variety meetings for 5 years or more, takes part in sweat lodge ceremonies. He's an active member of a drum circle. He attends study groups on topics like philosophy and ethics. He spends his free time bodybuilding and doing art instead of getting in trouble out there. And, you know, he's kind of leaned into his Native American culture and all the benefits that can come from that, like being part of the drum circle. And my final thing is, I think that Mr. Pendleton is someone who's kind of matured in almost the exact ways that the brain science would envision he would as he became older and fully matured. And I think that allowing Mr. Pendleton the ability to get started on a step-down program is really consistent with what the legislature was hoping to accomplish in passing a 15-year review. And this is a case where Jeff was 15 years old when he was involved in committing this crime and played the role he did. He's now been in prison or in jail for almost 5 years longer, over 5 years longer than he was out of prison before he went in. And we think that he should get an opportunity to prove through becoming a part of a step-down process that he can be safely released now that he's fully grown and matured. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Pendleton, I just want to ask a question related to something that your attorney just mentioned. And I'm not just doing this for this purpose, but I want to just ask if as we think about what the future looks like for you, and I think, you know, this notion of step down and returning to the community and whether, and you know, what that process looks like. If there was a conversation that could be arranged just so that there would be the ability to get a sense of what and where the risks are that exist, right? And we don't need to have that conversation here. But just so that there's a level of understanding, because I think that's going to be important, whether it's for ultimately for supervision purposes or whatever, that there is an awareness of, where some of these challenges exist. If that were to happen, be arranged with you through Utah there, would you be willing to engage in that conversation just so that there's a level of awareness around what and where and those risks might be?
Yes, sir. I'd be
Okay.
more than willing. I'd be happy to
Okay.
do that.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Pendleton, I just want to give you one last opportunity here to make whatever comments you'd like to the board before we enter into discussion and deliberation about next steps.
I just ask that you just look at, I'm trying, I really am, just please keep that in mind, and that, I promise you, I give you my word, man, I'm trying to do the right thing. And, I love my family, truly. And, I'm trying to make things right as best I can. And, I'm sorry I didn't get this done, but if you just give me a little more time, I'll do it. I'm back in line to go there again, so I'll get her done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. With that, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion and turn it over to the board for discussion and deliberation about next steps. And during that time, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. So, thoughts?
Well, could I make a motion, deny parole, continue for, I'm thinking a year, maybe we need longer, just so he can complete CD treatment, no further discipline, and help us figure out what the next step should be for him?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
I'm getting more into how the brain.
Microphone.
I'm getting more into what brain development is in those mid-years between 18 and 30. There's 9 functions that relate to what's happening in the middle prefrontal cortex. He's displaying a lot of it. And how can we pay more attention to those development? The neuroscience is coming. And I think he's a good example of it, is where I'm at. Thank you.
I really appreciate and support to Commissioner the more direct conversation about the threats that he's facing, who went, what, where. And of course, knowing the facilities in the state, then, I mean, is it in all of them, or
Right.
can he be stepped down into this relatively safe place where he can get more vocational kinds of training or whatever, so that then he's on the path. So a year to have that kind of time to figure that out.
Okay. Other thoughts? Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. This would be a denial of parole, continuance for a period of 12 months with the expectation that he would complete the treatment program out in Oregon, where he's at presently, that he would, Utah, I'm sorry, and that he would also remain discipline-free during that time, and that he would work with us to help get a deeper assessment of what risks and what and where those risks may be, so that at least the board in the future could make some decisions around that in a more confidential form, which we have the ability to do for security purposes. So there's a motion and a second to, we'll call the roll. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The motion prevails. Mr. Pendleton, you've heard the decision of the board here. we encourage you to do what you can to finish that program. In the meantime, we'll also have an opportunity to connect with you just to talk about, because I do think that, you know, the concern here is we do see a lot of the positives that you're demonstrating in your leadership, and your really strong connection with the Native American cultural stuff and the importance of family. And yet we want to be in a place where we're ensuring that your transition could be safe, secure, and successful. And so we look forward to working with you on that. Any questions?
Just thank you all for your time and for being understanding, and, you know, like I said, I appreciate everything, and I'm gonna do my best. I'm back in line. I'm almost done with victim impact. I got a couple more weeks of that, and we'll reconvene, and I'll get this stuff done for you guys.
Appreciate it. And I also just say this, do it for you as well, right? Don't
Cool.
just do it for us. We do it for you, because at the end of the day, this is all about you. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right.
And,
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you for hearing me out.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Longsdorf. He's gone. Appreciate it. All right, let's go. Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
All right, we'll get with you in just a moment here. Just getting our files moved around and we'll be ready to go.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Stefan Edward Thompson, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Oak Park Heights. Mr. Thompson also has his mother and advocate participating today, Miss Marnie Thompson. Can you hear me? Thank you, I appreciate that. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstad, Donald Strufert, Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on June 12th of 2008, Minneapolis police responded to a residence on a report of a double homicide. The adult male residents of the home reported that he had arrived home from working the night shift at his job and found his girlfriend, Patricia Daniels, and his 10-year-old stepson, Robert Shepard Jr., both dead and covered in blood. He also found his 1-year-old daughter in the house. Although she had blood on her clothes and body, he did not find any physical injuries on the child. Blood spatter and bloody footprints, handprints, and fingerprints were found throughout the house. Investigators recovered 3 knives, a golf club, a television set, which were all believed to have been used as murder weapons. The medical examiner determined that Ms. Daniels died from over 100 separate sharp force and blunt force injuries to her body. Robert was determined to have died from a complex homicidal injuries. Further investigation revealed that Stefan Edward Thomas and his accomplice knew the adult victim through their friendship with her teenage son. It was determined they had committed the murders in an attempt to commit a robbery. On March 19th of 2009, Stefan Edward Thompson was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder and 2 counts of first-degree murder while committing aggravated robbery in Hennepin County District Court. He received 2 consecutive terms without the possibility of parole. On May 13th of 2024, Thompson was resentenced and received 2 consecutive life sentences with the possibility of parole. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Stefan Thompson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years of incarceration. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 17 years of incarceration on his first life sentence. His original parole eligibility date is June 15th of 2038. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Thompson is eligible to be considered for release as of March 18th of 2029. It should be noted that Mr. Thompson also has a consecutive life with parole sentence yet to serve. Due to the legislative changes, the sentence can be considered for collapsing if the board so chooses. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson. How are you today?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, from my understanding, I would just like to see so from my understanding, like what she just explained, like if I was granted parole today, I still wouldn't be able to leave because I still have to carry out another sentence and I still have to complete Atlanta's treatment program. But as far as everything that's being spoke upon today, I just would like to see, I would just like for you guys to see the path, my journey of being incarcerated and my growth. I know I have a lengthy infraction discipline sheet, but I've explained and I just would like for it to be known, like I came a long way. I started off bad. I changed things around. I changed my way of thinking. I took serious and to programs that I was involved in. And just, am I too loud?
Nope, you're fine.
Yeah, I would just like to just, like I said, show just my growth and everything that I've become from a juvenile to the age of 17 into the man that I am today.
Can you talk about what those changes are and how that's reflected in your record? In particular, you acknowledge that you had challenges here along the way, discipline-wise. Can you talk a little bit about what those changes have been?
I could start off by talking about like my behavior, my thought process. I used to just react and not really think about a lot of different things, especially if I feel disrespected or cornered or singled out. But now I've got to the point where I don't think just for the irrational side, I think for the rational things too. I think for other people. I didn't do that that often back when I was younger and coming into prison. I take things more serious. I got a lot of different things going on that's important, like priorities and stuff like that, as far as family orientated things. I'm learning this situation with my nonprofit, getting into different things as far as learning business, trademarks. I wanted to further my education. The things that I wanted to get into as far as psychology and stuff like that, I felt like I couldn't get into because they didn't have those programs for me. But as far as like my social situations, like I kind of felt like I wanted to stay to my own circle of people, like my peers, so to speak. I didn't really branch out outside of my circle of things like that. I didn't feel no type of way about other people, but I felt more comfortable like that. But now, branching out, I see that I could be comfortable with people that's not like me. I can relate to different things. That's how outside my comfort zone, so to speak. As far as like my behavior and stuff like that, as far as like my infractions and when it comes to situations where I feel like my back's against the wall, stuff like that. Like I sit down and think about it. I don't sit down and think about it, but I take time to think about it. And I weigh out my options. I know about consequences that comes my way.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Thompson, one of the things that you talked about and mentioned was the fact that you know, in terms of the structure of this sentence, and you have you know, goals and things that are important to you. And one of the things that I am struck by, I guess, is the fact that, you know, the change in the legislation really created an opportunity for you that is, you know, this board would have the ability, as was mentioned in the beginning, that you could have you know, your sentences collapsed. And I think that's important for you to be aware of. That and I'm not suggesting that, you know, the board certainly could have that authority, but you know, there's going to have to be a lot more demonstrated on your part.
Mm-hmm.
What things do you think you need to work through in order to be in a better place to have this board or a future board, you know, consider that you have really demonstrated a level of rehabilitation?
Taking myself a little more seriously, my situations, everyday life, a little more seriously. I battle with myself throughout the years just because to me, I felt like I just been slandered. I've been put on the back burner of a lot of different things. And besides my support system, like no one really seen like my growth. And like I said, I just felt like I've been thrown away. So that kind of played a big part on my character as far as me carrying myself. I've always been fighting since the beginning of fighting my case wise from the beginning. No one knew that this day would come. So I feel like I need to start taking myself a little more seriously before I expect someone else to take me more seriously, and put in more work as far as making myself better just as a human. My social skills are not very great, I should say. I feel like when I'm put in like a predicament to like speak out, I don't do so well. I've never been that type of way, even in school. I've never been that well at speaking in front of like groups and stuff like that. So I feel like that would be a thing to work on. And just getting myself ready to potentially be put into society.
Okay. I just want to check. I'm just trying to check on the camera here. If there's a way, is there?
Yes, they need to use the white panel, change your camera to view him. You need to move the camera. Because it's focusing on you, Shelley.
Okay, sorry. You don't want that.
No.
No. No. I'm so sorry.
I think she means it.
Yeah, I know. I want to get off of it. And it should be just on you guys. Focus. Okay, so there's that. God dang it.
If it's not working, you could exchange places, exchange seats.
I can just jump out of it too and get, because it'll probably take me off of it then. But no, what was it? Was it getting other people in on it too?
We had the full table view at one point in time. We lost it. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Shoot, but-
Okay. All right, sorry, let me,
Given training on this.
If we can't, let's move him up where you are sitting.
okay.
If we can't move the camera, let's get him there.
I think
so we
we
can
might
talk.
be able to do it
Oh,
now.
there we go. There we go. We got, now at least we have
Okay.
the full table. There you go.
Are you able to see him yet? Okay,
Yeah,
there.
yep, we can
Okay.
see it. Yep, keep going. Yep, perfect.
There. Okay,
Now we got him. Okay,
I'll go a little bit further to see how much I can go.
that's good.
Right
We're
there?
good. Thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
you're welcome.
So, Mr. Thompson, I hear what you're, one of the things if I'm understanding you correctly, you had said that, one of the things that has been a bit of a struggle is the fact that, some people may not be seeing all of the things that you have been doing, and that changes, so it's not as well noted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In the course of your time, you've been in a long time, whoever is messing with the camera, can you stop, because now we can't see him again?
Auto tracking.
It's auto tracking.
We can't.
I think it's just going by itself.
It's going by itself.
I believe so.
Wow, that's tough.
There it goes.
All right. So, in your time that you've been in, I presume you've had the opportunity to meet a number of people who've, faced certainly life sentence, and in some cases multiple life sentences. Have you not?
Yes.
And have you seen some examples of people who have, even had some really challenging starts, and then, kind of done well,
Yes.
and became that kind of the community leader?
Yes.
What is it that you think, what do they do to make that change? And how, in your view, does that happen? And is there a way that they can serve as exemplars for you to think about, like, your role and your influence?
Yes. The things that I've seen, that I've known for them to do first, is change within themselves. Like I said, to take themselves more serious. And they start changing their environment, as far as like changing the people that they hang around with, changing their everyday movements within the units. They might shy away from a specific unit that's more rowdier or whatever the case may be. And like I said, they talk different. They look into things that possibly better themselves, as far as like reading materials and getting into certain programs that they can utilize for themselves. To me, I believe that's how they first start.
Yeah.
Have I been around those individuals when they get to that point? No, just for the simple fact that they usually get moved to a different area where they can start building on everything that they'll start practicing.
Yeah.
And I believe that would work perfectly for me, just for the simple fact that I've already started transitioning into changing the way I think, changing the way I talk, my actions towards certain situations and stuff like that. So I believe being around individuals like that will help me better with my transition.
Okay. That's very helpful. And I mean, I think, you described what a lot of these people do. And so I applaud your recognition of all those steps.
Appreciate that.
open it up to other members for questions.
I appreciate the way you're taking responsibility for your change, okay?
Thank you.
And I see that as a process of first beginning to say no to a lot of the things that are around you. And you're getting more strength in saying that no.
It's a hard task. Excuse me. It's most definitely a hard task.
Yeah, and a lot of other people who also been in prison have shown you how to do that, or shown you that it can be done.
Yes.
What's available from the Department of Corrections that's been most helpful for you? And what can you engage with the Department of Corrections to keep your movement going?
Like certain programs, you mean?
Yeah, what do you think, what works and what's good investment of your time, going to make it worthwhile for you?
I took a restorative justice class, and I think it was a critical thinking class, and that process of learning certain different things, I took heed of because it opened my mind for a different way of thinking. Like I said, I went from just always thinking about me and what I feel like I deserve and my respect, and now I think for other people in many different aspects, just for the simple fact is I know how I am, but I don't know how this person is. But I have to draw up something as a plan in my head to, if this happens, I have to react this way. I have to think this way. If I react in a certain way, which is negative, these are the consequences. But if I also think, talk it out, walk away, go about it in a different way than what I usually do, then I know that these are the possibilities that can actually happen. Then when it comes to restorative justice, I feel that I wanted to get into this. When I was in Stillwater at the time, I wanted to get into writing a letter as far as it's like an AIDS of victims type of situation, and just express my feelings, my remorse, and get a better understanding of like the effect that I put on not just the victim's family, but my family also. And then when it comes to like the irrational thinking and the irrational thinking, I picked up on that a lot, and I use that term all the time because I really utilize that. And that's at that time when I took those classes and I completed it. Not even just getting the certificate, I felt good, but I felt good because I started utilizing the stuff that I learned as far as completing those packets. Like I started putting that into my everyday life. So I feel like those programs really helped me because I felt like it was important. I felt like I could utilize this, like this helps me, this is for me, versus just taking these classes and just having it on my checklist. Like I really took heed to it, and it was important, and I've been able to utilize it through everyday life. And I feel like as a man growing, that helped me.
Well said. Appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
My question is now, who can you trust to do this more together? I don't think any of us can go and take those next steps alone. And I'm not sure who's trustworthy for you right now.
I have a big support system. And as far as going further with that, I just feel like people that's went down that road, I always speak on people that can relate. So people that has a path, that has a past, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same past as mine, but people that has went through turmoil and tragic situations, but have been able to crawl their way out of that and make better. So I feel like people, it would be basically saying people of my peers that I'm looking for, like as a visual, like I can relate to, like, okay, so this person been through this, but now look where he's at. He's doing speaking, he's going to different areas, talking to the youth, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I've been practicing about starting a community center with a nonprofit, I want to name it Universal Minds, and it's going to be basically for the youth that come from troubled paths, situations where we're making the community better, and they got somewhere to go to speak their mind about their troubles, and have speakers come and talk to them about their troubles and where they're at now in life. And it's not always over when you have a bad situation. I want to speak on that a lot and more as I learn. So I feel like who can help me? People that want to help themselves. That's what I feel.
And you see it working, and I applaud that.
Thank you.
It sounds like you're trusting peers more than you're trusting the system, though, right now to get ahead.
In a way, yes. Can I elaborate on that?
Please.
So, being within the system, I'm not saying that the system is all bad, but being within the system, it's not always been that good to me. And that's just me speaking personally about myself. I can't speak about no one else. But my name just has been dragged through the mud, so a picture has been painted of me. And I'm not saying that I did anything to help that. I might have tarnished that myself too by reacting the way I reacted to things that have came my way. But as far as, like I said, programming and stuff like that from the system, that has helped me. Like I said, and it all starts with me taking myself seriously first before anybody else takes me serious, because I'm the one that has to put in that work. So as far as the learning experience of being in the system, you have to think about it. I came in as a kid, not really knowing too much about life or just what I just knew. So to be told that you have to you have to live your life inside of a system, in the environment that I was put in, to be amongst men that don't really know how to be men themselves, or they want to put on this persona to be tough or act a certain way because that's the image that they got to portray. It's kind of hard to be a righteous man, to grow into that as a 17-year-old, to become the man that I am now. That was a task for me, a real hard task for me. So I'm very proud of myself. My loved ones are very proud of me because they seen my growth from where I was at to what I am now. It wasn't squeaky clean. It wasn't easy, but they're still proud of me and they still love me. And I'm proud of myself for getting to this point that I am now.
Just one last question. What's the next challenge for you?
My next challenge for me is just staying on the right path. I got accepted into Atlantis, which is a treatment program. I think it's an 8 to 12 month program. I'll be starting that any day, any week now. So that's the next challenge for me.
And
but I'm ready.
And that's open to you, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Good. Best to you on that. Good. Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Thompson, in looking back at your statement, you characterized the killing as an act of mercy. And do you have any further thoughts on that now? Has your thinking changed at all regarding the motive or the statement that it was an act of mercy?
Can you explain?
You stated in the reports, it reflects that you stated that you slashed your friend's mother's throat as an act of mercy because she said she was suffering. Do you recall that?
Yes, yes, yes. I was just trying to dissect with you, like, what was the question?
The question is, have you changed your thinking on that, or do you still view it as an act of mercy?
I don't believe that I ever said the part where it's an act of mercy. I don't feel like that was right. When I spoke on that, I wasn't saying like that was like a good thing to do. It was right or anything like that. I had just witnessed a situation that I've never been put in ever in life. So my way of thinking was nowhere close to being 100%. I didn't feel good about the situation. That was my first time even revealing that. And it was kind of hard at that time. I had to take a moment just because it was an emotional situation. If I could go back, I wish that situation would have never happened. I wish that situation would have never happened. I wish that situation would have never took place. I wish I was able to doing exactly what I should have been doing as a kid at that time. So to answer your question, do I feel like that was an act of mercy? That wasn't right. And I just wish I could have did more if I could have to save that situation from happening.
Let me ask one more question. Have you yet participated in any groups that address criminal thinking?
I believe I took an anger management class. I completed an anger management class. I completed a restorative justice class. I've completed a critical thinking class. But any criminal classes or anything like that, no, I have not yet been able to get in any programs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thompson, I think you had mentioned that you were interested in more education.
Yes.
And haven't been able to be connected. I'm just curious what kind of education you're interested in, and then what kind of vocational training that might be available to you in the system that you might be interested in.
To answer your first question, as far as education wise, I'd like to go to school for business management, or if I could go to school for psychology. At the times, I didn't know social science was kind of like the same thing as the psychology. So if I could, I would like to get into that. As far as vocational programming, welding would be nice. And if anything to do with, I'll be more like good at hands-on type things, work. So if I could do something that has anything to do with like landscaping or roofing or anything like that, then I most definitely would be 100% into that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thompson, as I read your file, I'm confused as to who you are. I see some really positive things. You want to go to the CTEC program after completing Atlantis at Lino Lakes. You want to do construction work and aspire to own your own business. You created Universal Minds, which is a nonprofit focused on creating community centers for kids together. You completed your high school diploma in the restorative justice program. You left gang ties in 2015. Those are all things that really impressed me. And then I get to your discipline record, and it completely deflates how impressed I was with those things I just mentioned. It wasn't more than 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, that you had your most recent discipline, sexual misconduct towards staff. You had 4 charges of that nature. You had possession of illegal drugs, interference with security procedures, use of alcohol or other intoxicants, possession of contraband. These are not minor things. The possession of a weapon. And I'm confused because while I see these positive things, those are all really disturbing to me. And it's one thing to say you left your gang ties in 2015, but all of these were in the last
3 years
Yeah.
and 11 infractions. Can you explain that?
I'm still in the process of transitioning to change who I am, leave my old ways behind. To speak on the sexual misconduct situations, we're kind of limited to the privacy that we have here. Just speaking on the last situation, I argued the fact that the privacy that I was trying to give myself and having my window covered, they didn't approve of it. So I ended up getting that infraction still. I argued the fact that, like I said, there's no privacy. So I was in a lose-lose situation. I put myself in that position, and I just took responsibility for. I did it. It was nothing to go any further on about that situation. I've battled with the drug situation just for the simple fact that it was kind of like a coping situation with the hard times that I was going through. I'm not saying that any of that was good or anything like that, but I'm not looking for no excuse or anything like that. But those are the things that I was into. I'm not happy about the situation or anything like that. So, but I take full responsibility for like my actions, whether they're good or bad. As far as the situation with the weapons, throughout my whole time incarcerated, I've never been charged with a weapon. The weapon was found in my property. Mind you, I did express that I left my gang. But it's not always easy to protect yourself when you're just by yourself and you're up against the things that you're up against. Not saying that it's right. My last infraction for a physical fight was in 2024 or 2025, the beginning of 2025. And I had got sucker punched. And that was due to my past, gang affiliation. I still was charged with fighting, but I didn't fight back. But I guess me grabbing the person and slamming them wasn't good enough for them. I felt like I was doing right by not fighting back. I didn't get charged as far as assault on an inmate like I usually get if I do fight. I just got charged with the actual infraction for physically having an altercation. Like I said, I'm still going through a transition phase as far as leaving all old ways alone. I'm not perfect. I know I can do better. I strive to do better. And I could just say moving forward, I could just show that.
Just from my own personal standpoint, I need to see a record of your getting better in the future before I can give you a break, before I can look at those positive things and say, this is Mr. Thompson, he's got a lot of potential. But these negatives are really getting in my way of seeing the positives. And they're so recent and they're so plentiful. And you've got excuses for each. I'm having a hard time with that. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, I'd like to turn to your mom, Ms. Thompson. Thank you for being here today. Thanks you. I'd like to open the floor for you and have you just provide us whatever thoughts you have, and in particular, focus on some of the changes you've seen in your son over time. And you may need to hit the mute there because I see you're still on mute status. There you go. Oh, now we don't have you yet. We just hang on 1 second. We don't have your audio. You try volume on your side, maybe. I don't know exactly why. We can see it's off. No, it's not coming through yet. Do you want, maybe do you want to try disconnecting and reconnecting? Maybe that'll help. We'll see. Give her a second here to get reconnected, and hopefully we can get her audio online. We can hear you a little bit. Can you try it again?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I don't know why it's going, I see it go green and then go off.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Could I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. I just wanted to ask the panel, what are your deciding factors? What do you use to decide where this goes from this point?
Well, that is a great question. And I think there's a whole variety of factors, everything from, behavioral stuff to just a wide range of factors. Some of those are statutory. Many of those are statutory. And so that's really it. But I think it's the adjustment stuff, the things that we were just talking about, with your son are some of the factors.
Okay. So I know one of the things that they were discussing was the several times that he's been placed in segregation. And, if I was a teenager when he was placed in, an adult correctional facility. And from that point of view, I mean, he was sentenced to life as he knew it, and that's where he'd be for the rest of his life. So I imagine that could be hard for anyone, an adult, let alone a teenager. And even from that point moving forward, it seemed like there would still be roadblocks and things that needed to be overcome. I'm just hoping that that all is taken into consideration.
Oh, yeah. And I think, so I can answer yes, that certainly is. I think that was the point of, some of the questions around the fact that, we do see people who have challenges. They came in young, they don't see an end. And so we do take that into account. But at the end of the day, what we see by way of behavior oftentimes is, the kinds of things we want to see demonstrated going forward. And it sounds like, he's talking about the fact that he really wants to, he's in that process of moving forward.
And I'm happy to hear that, as I have heard that, because I believe I'm his biggest supporter. So my thing is, what are you looking for other than just saying improvement? Improvement where?
Well, so here's what I'd like to just come back and ask you is if you could describe some of the things that you've seen change over the course of time, because I think, this whole notion of what is the track record and how have you seen, his thinking change as he's matured and all of that kind of stuff, because those are indicators and those are the things we really want to build on and focus on.
Well, I've seen tremendous because again, I know where his headspace was when this first happened. Um, and he was young and not knowing what to do, what was going to happen to him, knowing that he was supposed to spend his life in an adult correctional facility. He did go ahead and finish high school, as you stated, or as someone stated, he did get his GED. He has received certifications, and is still striving to become more educated. He has started his nonprofit, as he stated, to help with the young people. But his mindset has changed so much. I see the maturity in in his actions, in our conversations. All those things build him up to the great young man that I see before me. I know there are times when it's tough. I know there are times when it's hard. I'm his mom and I have to, constantly push him, as well as congratulate him because I can only imagine the situation and where an adult's headspace would be in this kind of situation, let alone a teenager. Sorry, but to be sentenced in that way, it is considered cruel and unusual punishment. The facility is geared on rehabilitation, and I know that there are programs and things in place, but yes, I have seen and heard. Okay. The reasons for the different segregations. Some of them, as he stated, yes, he's taking, credit for and accepting his role. Some of them not. Some of them are unfounded, and were told to him, well, okay, we understand that, but we can't change it. Or, okay, well, I'm just going to give you this amount of time. But even if that's the case, it's still, as you guys have pointed out, it still goes on his record. He's overcome a lot of it. He's become stronger and stronger. His conversations are stronger. I ordered him a dictionary and a thesaurus because I told him not only do you need to know what the words mean, you need to know other words that mean the same thing. And that's why I bought them both. Well, they were taken, I bought him those things twice and it's been taken from him. But, he still strived, he still utilized them and continues. If he doesn't understand something, he asks me. If I don't know, I'm looking for it. Usually I know, though, he knows that. But, he has a strong support system in his family and his friends here, as well as what he deals with there. So, he's getting what he needs on both sides. And I'm hoping that he continues to utilize what's available to him there to strengthen himself, his mind, his body, and his spirit. And we, as his family and the loved ones out here, will continue to encourage him and help him through this. That's all. I will always, as I always tell him, I'm always here for him. But yes, I've watched the growth. I've seen him step from that teenage mindset into the man that he is now. It's come a long way. A lot of things have been against him. I've read a lot of things that have been written where our words have been misconstrued, changed, mangled, to make it look like I wasn't a great mother, that I was never around, and things like that. So untrue. I love my sons, both of them, and have always done the best for them, for society. You know, I'm not doing them a service if I don't make sure they know how to deal with things in the world, wherever that world might be. I talk to them about your zip code doesn't change who you are. You know, and I always want him to believe that and know that and strive on that. And I see him do that. You know, we talk about what's offered to him, the programs and the things like that that he has, and you know, he knows that what he chooses to do is a reflection of him. So he, you know, I tell him, use your head, always think before you speak, before you act, you know, so he's got good support in both areas. One thing, excuse me, I would really like to say, if I could, because I know that you guys have read things that have been written. Stefan's dad was not ever in his life, never lived with us, any of that. And I'm sorry, but I have to say this. Stefan's dad, when I was pregnant, abused me. And from that day forward, he was never allowed in my life or his life. So whatever his dad did in his life was his life, had nothing to do with us. He had no influence, he had no contact. And I just wanted to set that record straight, because I've read things that have been said, and I just don't appreciate that. And so that's something that my son is who he is through me, and because that was his strong male figure. His brother left home to go to college on a football scholarship and earned 3 BS degrees. So for them to say he left home, but never say why, I want to make sure that it's known. That's why his brother left home. Yes, there's an 8-year gap between them, but he still had a big brother who talked to him, who talks to him. And that's what he left home for, was to go to college on his football. So I want to make sure that that is known.
Thank you.
Things that I have read is, but I want to make sure those things for all of us.
Thank you. And that's noted. We appreciate that. And we appreciate you being here today. With that, I want to just turn to you again, Mr. Thompson, and give you one last opportunity to make a brief closing statement to the board before the board begins its discussion and deliberation on next steps.
Moving forward, I want to continue on the right path, getting better, striving for new opportunities to open that door for me to be placed in society, working on myself, working on my anger, working on my social skills. I want to continue on managing my emotions, and I forget the lady on the panel's name. She spoke to me about my infractions and showing better. And that's continuing on. That's what I will show. So not only just myself, but to the panel and my loved ones and my support system. The business adventures, I want to continue for that to grow and be successful in everything that I do. Putting in the work, learning, and just the effort and striving for better. I'm thankful for having this opportunity, for you guys giving me this opportunity, for speaking to you and to hear the things that I should take heed to as far as improving, just as a man, a young man, a righteous person, showing that we'd be better for the community. And just everything that I do move forward, I hope that I can help in everything that I do, myself and others. But like I said, it starts within. So I want to continue on with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to close the discussion and move to board discussion and deliberation on next steps. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or interruptions. With that, I would open it to the board for discussion.
Clarification. If we move him to his second life sentence, does that mean we won't see him again for however many years before he gets close to parole on that one?
Right, he has to reach his parole eligibility date.
Yeah.
It's 2029.
The second sentence could be completed in 2029 is what I understand. Is that correct?
The board would have the option in this case of in 2029, he could be granted parole on the current sentence, and he could have the second consecutive sentence collapsed as well in 2029.
In 2029, okay. Or we'd have the opportunity to remain with current sentence with a continuance at some point in the future.
Right. So he cannot be, he's not eligible for anything, other than any type of programming step down options the board would have until that 2029 date. And then at that point, the board could parole him on that and consider a collapse or set a term of continuance on the second.
I would be most comfortable looking at a parole after he's completed the Atlantis program.
He would have to be at his 2029 date before he could be paroled. So largely it's a continuance would be our option until that time, unless you wanted to grant a presumptive parole.
Okay, 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 that's helpful.
Could I make a motion that we see him in 3 years?
So deny parole and
parole
continue it for
and
3 years.
For 3 years.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. What would we want to have as requirements or conditions?
Complete the Atlantis program. Be discipline-free. Engage in more programming, education, vocational. Have a solid release plan.
The other recommendation was build his financial accounts. That was what the program review narrative said.
So we would have a continuance in 3 years. And again, I think it's important for him to understand these are some of the things that the board at that time would consider. Would be the expectations would be that he would complete treatment. He would need to remain discipline-free, participate in any other types of positive programming, restorative justice, other types of programs that he may benefit from, including some vocational, engage in begin to work on release planning, because that would be critical, and develop a level of financial awareness and planning.
And with that financial awareness, I think employment could be a big asset in that direction.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what his history of employment has been or what's available, but I think employment would be very, very helpful for the financial responsibility.
That's also recommended in the program narrative,
Yeah.
maintain job assignment.
Yeah, maintain a job assignment, yeah.
Not to just dump programs here, but is it PFA that has the older lifers mentoring or the fellowship? Am I saying the wrong? Am I saying the wrong initials? Is the
Prison
fellowship?
fellowship
Yeah.
is really the faith-based program.
Okay.
So, I mean, there are a number of different places where they have mentors.
He just mentioned the older guys that got their act together, but then leave. And so anyway,
Yeah, there are, like, for instance, even at Atlantis,
Okay.
right now, there are mentors that are
I think
working
that'll be important.
there.
Okay.
You know, I just
He
have to
needs
say
be
this.
more. I'm sorry.
Well,
I was going to
the
say
only
he
thing
needs to be more insight in terms of group psychotherapy or criminal thinking. He needs to engage in some sort of group activity that would help him gain insight into his thought processes, his minimization.
Some of that will happen in treatment, just there's a cog elements in treatment programming. Chris?
well, this is a little different than the direction we're going, but just given the discipline and the difficulty he has, I wondered about continuing him for 1 year as an incentive to show us what he can do with not getting in trouble. Because I think that is a big deal. And then, you know, move on with all the rest of it. But that. We can review it.
We could establish just a paper progress report review, or you could do that, and the board could then, you know, provide some feedback or, you know, encouragement or whatever that would look like. But would be nice for him to get some feedback in terms of like what he's demonstrating.
I concur.
I support that.
He may still be in the Atlantis
He would,
program.
yeah,
then,
he may
6 to
still.
21 months.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we'd get much out of it.
Well, we would at least be able to see if there are discipline instances in that time frame.
Yeah,
between now and then.
I'm interested in seeing him go without discipline and having something short-term to strive for.
You go for 18 months?
Sure.
It might make it easier just from a programming standpoint, but so just want to, we want to set a term, just at least a file review and an update in terms of where he's at. And go ahead.
I could, I don't know how you feel about this, but we could just ask for a progress review on how he's doing and share it with all of you if you'd rather. But if you'd rather do the file review and correspond reflection on that, that's.
Well, if we do it that way, Becky, then, well, I see what you're saying. So we'd go 3 years, we could review it when it comes along. And that would be that. We'd just go, oh, he's not doing very well.
Or he is.
Right.
Or he is.
But
yeah.
if your direction is to give some response to him, then it would be a non-appearance file review. But all I'm saying is we could give you a progress report just to share it with you as board members, if that's what you're interested in.
I think response has more initiative, more power, more energy is there. I'm for that.
Well, that was my thinking
Yeah.
in doing it.
Yeah.
Was give him something to
work for, and that
Close.
we're watching, right? And that
Yeah.
we want him to do well in that time.
And the applause is available from us with performance by him. Yes.
So we'll put a file review in.
Sounds good.
All right. I think we got enough on that list
Mhm.
in that time. So so we have a motion with this would be a denial of parole, 3-year continuance with a 12 to 18 month, and you guys can work out where that would fit schedule wise and case timing wise, to do a paper file review for the board to kind of get a sense of where he's at and provide him with some feedback on that. We'll go from there. So to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Strufert,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Thompson, you've had an opportunity to hear the whole discussion here, so you know exactly where the board's at. We
Yes.
really want that progress report to
Yes.
be demonstrating exactly what you said you
Yes.
wanted to demonstrate. And so we wish you good luck in that.
Thank you.
And
Thank
to
you
your
all.
mom, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You bet. Take care.
Love you, Ma.
Love you, baby.
Here to get set up.
We're gonna read a statement instead of it being a video. I know, I'm working on it. I have a million things to do.
You mean not on the stream?
She's not.
On Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson. I'm the Executive Officer of the Hearings and Release Unit and the Board. Thank you for coming to be here with us today. So today we are here to review Jante DeBar Hudson, who's participating with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections and Central Office. Mr. Hudson also has his advocate and attorney, Zachary O'Connor, participating today. Here with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We also have board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, Don Strufert, Andrew Larson, and Joe Earhart. I can't see her. There she is on this one, sorry. All right. Our records indicate that on December 7th, 2004, Minneapolis police were dispatched to an apartment where it was reported that shots were fired. When officers entered the complex, they discovered several spent casings and bullets outside the apartment door and on the stairs leading to the apartment. The door of the apartment had been forced open and multiple bullet holes were observed in the door frame and in the walls. Officers found Joseph Pasadora was found lying on his back in the living room with several gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Officers also found another victim, Gordon Hill, who was shot in the leg. It was later determined that Jante Hudson and two co-defendants had entered the residence and opened fire on the occupants in the residence. On October 18th, 2005, Jante DeBar Hudson was sentenced to 299 months or 25 years for the offense of second-degree murder and 180 months or 15 years for the offense of first-degree attempted murder in Hennepin County District Court. The court stated that the sentences are to be served consecutive to each other and they have been applied consecutive aggregated. Due to the legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Jante Hudson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years of incarceration. On February 27th, 2024, Mr. Hudson was reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel for his initial review. He was continued for a future review by the board in 2 years with the opportunity to go to minimum and work release program in the continuance period. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 21 years of incarceration, and his original confinement release date is November 3rd of 2031. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hudson is eligible to be considered for release as of January 12th of 2025. Thank you. I'm going to turn this matter over to the board, but we do have a public victim statement that will be read. Thank you.
So just by way of process, to be clear, what happens is that the victims have an opportunity to meet with the board or to provide a statement or in person or have it read. And today, Brittany Anderson here will be reading a statement from the victim family.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hudson. My name is Brittany. I'm the Victim Services Coordinator for the DOC. I've been in contact with the family, and I know you were notified that they would be providing a public statement today. That has since changed, and they've asked me to share this directly with you. That Roxanne, Joe's younger sister, I wish him the best in life, and I forgive him. I hope one day he is able to help another when it's time. She has... It's okay. I get it. So she has also, we're in process of giving, she's requested your apology letter. She let me know that I could share that with you. And so that is in progress. So she should have it sometime here soon. You're welcome.
Okay. Well, Mr. Hudson, I'd like to this time just start this off by asking the question always, what would you like to see happen as a result of today's meeting? And maybe you can provide a little summary of what's been happening over the past bit of time.
As to answer your first question, today I kind of just go off of what you said in my last hearing. 24 months you extended me in hopes that I'll transition down to medium, go to work release, do just about under a year in work release, and then be paroled if given the opportunity. So today, I'm here asking for nothing other than that. I believe in the transitional process. I've been doing it over 21 years and it's worked at the end of the day. So my hope is to transfer on phase 2 out of the Portland house into the home of my sister, which is Latoya Hudson, who's present today. For whatever amount of time it is to set up a parole date, if given the opportunity. Continue to do my studies. I'm currently a student at Metro State University, and working, looking to extend my work to a full-time position so I could be able to be more financially stable. Yeah, transition into life.
So can you just talk a little bit about, what you've learned, what has been the best parts, and what have been some of the biggest challenges or learning that you've had over the last bit of time?
For me, I've done my time through education. If you know about me, you know that I take education seriously. I found out that education is the one thing no one can take from you. Once I got a hold of that within the Department of Corrections, I started moving forward for my education, and hopefully come next semester, I'll be entering into a master's program in advocacy and political leadership. I believe that no program or anything can rehabilitate you. You have to put in the work to help rehabilitate yourself. I've tried to do that. I've had some ups, I had some downs within the Department of Corrections. I currently transferred out into the community, and it's been great. I believe that given the opportunity that I can just keep going forward and make things better for myself.
So you heard the sentiments of family members of your victim. What's your reaction to that?
I believe in the restorative justice process. I definitely want to be forgiven for my actions and the things that I've done to take place in this situation. When it comes down to the victims, per se, Gordon Hill and their family, they're so close to my family. I have a stepdaughter that is a good one. So I've had to learn how to just walk through that process, throughout my incarceration. And as we know, previous times they felt like I wasn't ready. They didn't want me to be released. I went to a hearing with you 24 months ago and people came and protested that. Or was on the screen. So that's a shocker to me. As you've seen the reaction from my family. But I am grateful and thankful that someone could see the work that I've been putting in and willing to forgive.
And you heard, hopefully, and I suspect you did loud and clear, that one of the things that they asked or maybe challenged, these are some of my words, was that you pay it forward and that you do your work. And I think, you're demonstrating this and some of the things that you've been involved with to try and make a difference.
For sure. It's my hope to start my own nonprofit. Currently, like I said, be entering into the master program for advocacy and political leadership. I'll take that and start my own nonprofit, Royal, and give back to youth offenders in some capacity, advocacy. That's my biggest dream. I believe when I went to commutation in 2021, that was the same saying, and I'm just more inches closer to that.
Okay. I'd like to just open it up to other board members here if you have questions for Mr. Hudson.
2 questions, if I may. forgiveness from your perspective. Appreciate it so much. Can you talk a little bit about the risk of forgiveness, the challenge of forgiveness, and for lack of a better word, the grace of forgiveness? I think both are present as I have experienced it, but how is it from your side?
Well, for me, I've had to learn how to forgive in situations. Don't mean that this family had to forgive me, right? So I just feel like the risk in forgiveness is just hoping that I do the right thing, and I have to be the one to show that. You know, they're taking an opportunity to step out on faith. I'm a firm believer in God, so I believe that in somewhere along the lines, that's where that come from.
Okay. Big picture you got there. Real, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The other question, can you talk a little bit about how your pursuit of advocacy and political leadership, how does that reflect all the people behind my back here? Or how, is that a demonstration of advocacy and political leadership on your part? Or whose part? Or tell me about this group here.
That's my family. Literally, it's probably 5 people out of the crowd that are here that is in my flesh and blood. I do, and there is individuals here that are a part of, like, you know, community activists and things of that nature. But out of those, like I said, 5 people, the rest of them are sisters, brothers, cousins, grandma, mom. Yeah, it's my family.
So family has a lot to do with advocacy and political leadership.
I believe that my advocacy and political leadership comes from my lived experience. If you're asking me that, I just was narrating about the crowd behind you.
Okay.
But my advocacy comes from my lived experience. I was 16 years old going into a penitentiary. And by the grace of God, I made it out at 38 years old. I just celebrated a birthday. So my advocacy comes from the experience that I've had as I walk through that journey. And like I said, it's been some good times and it's been some
harsh,
bad,
yeah.
you know, so just being able to see that, being able to voice that, being able to feel that is what my advocacy, I believe, is, and I can assist someone down that road later on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have one. You go to weekly mental health counseling and couples counseling. Have you found that helpful and what have you learned?
Yeah, I go to weekly mental health counseling. It's something I picked up while I was incarcerated. A lot of guys believe after you do a certain amount of time, or even from the way of being raised, you don't tell people your troubles, your problems. You know, you just deal with them. You just walk through it. But at some point of in my incarceration, someone asked me, "Do you go to therapy?" And they was like, "You should sign a kite and send it to mental health." And believe it or not, it was later on in my time, probably one of the most roughest points of my period of time. And I seen a goal that I was trying to perceive and get to, and my past was just haunting me, I feel like. So I signed up for therapy. I started talking to a mental health counselor. And as I transitioned to different places, I met different people that were counselors and worked with them. I signed up, the counselor I have right now, I signed up while I was in the Department of Corrections. And from day one, being released, I've seen him every week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hudson, there was one issue, I think, where there were some issues. I think this was mid-December or something, at the work release center where there was some inaccuracies in schedule. And then there was a little issue where you may have gotten upset about something. I don't know all the details of that, but what's that about?
Well, so we could separate the issue with the work release home where I left. I naturally got up from work went to leave and I left at the wrong time. I didn't go nowhere other than work. I went straight from the halfway house straight to work. And when I was made aware that I was leaving, because you have to sign out to leave. So I put in my slip, I signed out, and I left. It was an hour early. When I got to work, I found out because I had a cell phone, they give you cell phone, that I had missed calls. I called my worker and he proceeded to tell me that I left early, asked me what time I was supposed to be to work. I said 1 o'clock. My schedule had just changed the day before. It was a natural mistake. Then I proceeded to go to the education director, who is my boss at Metro State Trek program. I had him send a email to the director of Portland House, Miss Lori, and I sent her an email and I called the lady that was on call at the desk. What do they want me to do? They told me to stay at work. I stayed at work. Further in their investigation, they felt that I wasn't being truthful in some capacity, but I wear a BI ankle monitor, so it shows everywhere I go. And that was, I didn't feel comfortable after that sitting in the process. As you and Miss Rebecca know, once I get into a mode that I feel like this is not comfortable for me, I try to take myself out of the situation until I can process it or feel comfortable to address it. I didn't wish to address the situation at that time, so I had a consequence of losing my passes for the weekend. I couldn't go home to my family, but I was allowed to go to church. I was okay with that. And then the following week, Monday, we end up having a meeting. Not to get too far in it, you can't like everybody. Everybody's not gonna like you. My communication just was kind of messed up with the individual I had to deal with, and I've been dealing with, and I'm still gonna have to deal with until I'm out of the halfway house. It's just what it is, and you learn to navigate through those situations. Probably the other situation, there's a lot of opportunity out there for people like me that has lived experience, that want to speak, that wants to give back. But when you're on work release, there's no you can't do a lot of that.
Right.
So to be joyful, to be in the community, to be joyful, to have the community embrace you and want you to go to galas and different things of that nature to speak. And it'd be like, no, it kind of feels like you just shut down your dreams. So at times, not aggressively, I voice my disagreement with that. I believe that no different than work release or being released, in my opinion, should have more opportunity to get a person acclimated to where he wants to be, he or she wants to be. I'm in the community, I go to school in the community, I work with a lot of community activists on a regular, but I can't do the things that those community individuals do, per se, attend an event because it's tickets or whatever the case may be. So those were the situations, and dealt with them the best I could, man.
So just, I think the way some of it was, the sense was that it was an effort to, I think, process what happened the day before, right? Was that kind of what the meeting was about, right?
Yeah,
That was
to
the effort.
process it, yeah.
And I think obviously you weren't in the headspace to do that, but it was described as argumentative or somewhat disruptive. And I just want to, I think it's important that get called out, not that there was an issue, but there's also a process, and whether you like it or not, and you're going to have lots of situations in your life of not liking it. I just think that it's something for you to consider and think about as you go forward, because that does become just one of these places where it can become problematic. So I just say that, right?
Yeah, I just would rather just take the time, man. Like, me, I'll write you, I'll talk to you. I do whatever the case may be. When I'm ready, sometimes I just need a second. I've made a lot of impulsive decisions in the past and they haven't turned out good for me. So just taking that second was really what I was trying to do. And sometimes it don't come across as you wanted to. You know?
It would be nice if it came across as I need to take a second.
Yeah.
Right. I think that that's the key thing
For
here.
sure.
All right. All right. Other questions for Mr. Hudson?
One more if I may. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I did have a question for Mr. Hudson. So in reviewing your packet, like you come across as being a very driven and motivated person, and your pursuit of education and advocacy, all that stuff is fantastic. How do you? So the other thing that I made note of is that you have a low frustration tolerance. So how do you, as you're transitioning, how do you ensure that you don't try to take on too much too fast? And I understand, the circumstances. You're incarcerated when you're 16, 17, I don't remember exactly the year. So you've done more time in than out. So how do you be mindful of that so that you don't try to take on too much too fast to where you then encounter that frustration? So I'm just kind of curious if you could, provide me some insight there.
Yeah, I try to plan, man. Burnout's a real thing. I just try to plan, okay, if I'm gonna do this, this is what I'm gonna do. And if I can't do it, I just can't do it. I try not to take on more than I could chew because it's like I want a little free time to enjoy, relax, So I just kind of tell them at the house what I want to do, and if it's approved, then it's approved. If it isn't, then I just take my time and chill and do the normal things that watch some TV. Always got schoolwork, so that's kind of how I deal with that now, as of right now. I believe that, like, future wise, I'm gonna work, I'm gonna go to school. These are things that I've practiced over the years while I was in incarceration. So some people threshold of what they can handle and what they can is different. For years I've had full education in the Department of Corrections through the TREC program in an 8-hour job. And I've made it. I walked out of the Department of Corrections with an AA, with an associate's degree. I'm currently finishing my bachelor's degree and I'll be pursuing my master's. So I kind of just been taking the things that I've been doing over the years in that system and trying to make it work for me out here. Is it easy? No, man. It's not. It's a lot more thrown at you. But just taking a second is very important to me, and that's what I've been trying to do.
Question, if I may again. Your life sentence crime. What was helpful for you? What was the process of working through that? What suggestions would you have? Sitting on this chair, see a lot of different approaches, a lot of different issues around that. Could you describe you're addressing that, your resolution of that?
I was raised by my grandmother, and my grandmother tried to raise me the best she could. She raised a lot of her grandkids. I didn't want to go to school. I wanted to do what Jonte wanted to do. I thought that hanging out with people and doing whatever was gonna better me. And believe it or not, December 7th was a school day. If I would have went to school, I wouldn't have been in this murder. Period. So at the end of the day, I just take my education and I move forward because that was the biggest thing that I was pushing away from. I don't need
Education.
that. Yeah, I don't need it. I go cut grass, shovel snow, do whatever for some money. I don't need the education part. And that
That's
was
the biggest change.
that was the biggest change. And that's what I stick to. I believe that that through education, through educating yourself, knowledge will help you change. So yeah.
Can I ask a question about self-forgiveness? Has that been experienced or has that been part of the process for you?
For my process with self-forgiveness is God, man.
Okay.
I leave it up to him. I believe that I believe in God. I was raised to believe in God, and that
Source of forgiveness.
you will,
Yeah.
yeah. So once you ask that forgiveness is there, that don't mean that consequences aren't there. So I feel like forgiving myself for just making those stupidity decisions came a long time ago. I just needed to work through the steps. I still had to do the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to just open the floor, Mr. O'Connor, if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you, member of the board, very much for this time. We know that your time is very limited, and Jonte and I both respect that this is a privilege, an opportunity for us. I've prepared a brief statement, if that's okay for me.
Fine, yeah.
Share with you. I want to begin by just speaking to Jonte's character in the limited time that I've got to know him, and what I believe is his emotional readiness for release back into society as a whole. I met Jonte through the Clemency Clinic at the University of Minnesota, and I'm just one of many student attorneys who's had the privilege and the honor to work with him and to learn from him. When I first met Jonte, what stood out to me the most was his maturity and self-awareness. Within just a few minutes of talking to him, he asked me about how my career was and what I wanted to do and what mattered most to me. And just from that alone, I knew that he cared about what I had to say and that he really, truly wanted to form a relationship and just be friends. More importantly, though, when we talked about his past and when we addressed the things that he had done in the past, he was thoughtful and he was honest. He spoke from his heart. And he talked about what it means to truly take accountability for your actions and to live with something for the rest of your life. Since I've met Jonte, he has continuously owned up for his actions. He's been doing so today. He expresses deep remorse and offers no excuses. So therefore, I really, truly do believe that Jonte has been fully rehabilitated and now reflects the kind of growth that the supervised release process is designed to recognize. Today, we're not asking you, the board, to overlook Jonte's past, but to merely recognize that the man that is sitting before you today is not the same 16-year-old that committed this offense, but rather someone that's been through a long process of rehabilitation and someone who just wants the opportunity to enter society as a responsible adult. I think it's self-evident from Jonte's record that he's taken full advantage of every opportunity granted to him through this process. It's evident by how he spends his time and prepares for the future. It's evidenced by the way he talks about education and how much he's spent on his education, the time that he's dedicated towards it. I mean, I find law school very, very difficult, but it's probably a lot more difficult to be doing your bachelor's degree and taking a master's at the same time. While he was incarcerated, he did a number of self-improvement and rehabilitative programs, Thinking for a Change, Restorative Justice 101, Trauma Outcome Processes, the Redemption Project. There's actually someone in the crowd today from the Redemption Project as well. Time and time again, Jonte has shown that he can handle this responsibility and that he seeks as many opportunities for this rehabilitative process as possible. So this next step in the process, release from the halfway house, for me just is another step in the process that he's waiting for, another opportunity. The real question then becomes, is continued placement in this halfway house adding anything to his rehabilitative process, or is it just hindering his forward momentum? So at this time, Jonte remains a DOC prisoner working on work release, living in a halfway house, doing exactly what the step-down process was intended to do. He's working, attending school, living in the community, and complying with all of his conditions supervision. Jonte's progression from maximum security to medium to low and now to minimum custody reflects years of trust and sustained rehabilitation. The halfway house was intended to be a transitional placement, not a permanent one. And in Jonte's case, it's already served its purpose. It provided structure and accountability where it was necessary during this initial adjustment period. And Jante used that structure very productively, as you've heard today. But at this point, the halfway house has nothing less to offer him. Continued placement in the halfway house is just restricting his ability to be an advocate and to give back to his community, as the victim statement said today, and as Jante himself stated, is so important to him. I think importantly, stepping down from the halfway house is not stepping away from supervision. Supervised release would maintain oversight, it would still impose rules, and it would still allow opportunity for him to grow. His release plan is very solid and it's well supported. As you can see from all the people that are in attendance, Jante's family, he has a very, very strong structure behind him and people that will support him through this whole process. So at this point, I believe that supervised release represents the appropriate level of supervision that matches the progress that Jante has already made. I want to emphasize to the board today that you're not being asked to take a leap of faith. Jante's already living in the community. He's already under supervision and he is succeeding. The question before you then is whether the halfway house remains necessary for him, or if you believe that he should have the opportunity to move forward under supervised release, which is appropriate now. I just respectfully ask the board to grant this parole supervised release and allow him to complete his transition as intended under the step down.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson, any final comments before the board begins discussion and deliberation and next steps?
I just want to say thank you. For many years, man, I tried to make sure I do what I need to do. I watch these processes. Even in prison, it's just a big thing to see what people go through, but to actually sit here, and go through it, to be in the streets and come here versus being on the TV, it humanizes you. And I really appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So just because I kind of had started this process before the board had involvement, I'm going to move. I'm going to move an option here. So I'm going to move that parole be granted 90 days out or less, and that he be moved to phase 2 work release, pending final agent assignment and approval of a release plan and the establishment of conditions by HRU. I will just add one personal bit of challenge to you, and that personal bit of challenge is that I really would challenge you to work on, and I appreciate the strong feeling and the resolve that you have, but that you ask for the second and use the second in that way, as opposed to the more emotional response. Just because I think, these are places of opportunities for growth. And yet I do appreciate and respect all of the work that you have done to date. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Just clarification, phase 2 to his sisters, right? Not
It would
Portland
be,
House.
to whatever work release would work that out, and the details of that. And then the phase 2 side of that is that case management follows him until he transitions to a regular supervised release agent. Okay.
Currently at Damascus House, correct?
No, I'm currently at Portland House.
Portland House.
Yeah.
What county is that?
I'm in Hennepin, but I'll be paroling to Anoka County.
Okay.
Yep. So, they'll work with me until I'm set up with Anoka County. Yeah, I'll go.
For my information, intensive supervised release, where does that fit?
Would be
in the program now?
standard in a flow process as part
And
of this.
work release 2 is.
Yep.
Okay,
Moving
thank you.
forward. Yep.
So I'll have to do a year on.
Well, we would leave that up to the agent. You'd work with that agent, but it's, we don't want it to be more restrictive, but a continuing kind of flow going forward. And then your agent can make a decision about moving you out sooner.
As it go.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you work with the agent on that.
And Jante, just so you know, when we get to that phase, then I would also have a conversation with whichever agent was assigned, as will your work release
Okay.
agent. So we all communicate and try to get that laid out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart.
Just said yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. A motion prevails.
Hey, Larson.
All right, good luck to you.
Hey, Larson, man. You're a hard cookie, man. Let you know that, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, for those of you that are online, we'll need a few minutes to get set up for the next review.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Very helpful.
There you go.
I'm not supposed to push the button on the microphone. She does it for me, and I have a bad habit of hitting that, so I apologize. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review David Francis Braun, who is participating in person with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office. Mr. Braun also has his advocate and friend participating with us, Mr. Paul Welkert. Thank you for joining us, sir. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead,
Good afternoon.
Don Strufert, Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on February 18th, 1988, a deputy of the Olmsted County Sheriff's Department entered the Braun residence. The officer found 4 deceased victims, Bernard, Paulette, Diane, and Richard Braun. The victims had been killed by repeat blows with a heavy, sharp object. A blood-stained axe was found in the home. On February 17th of 1988, Mr. Braun indicated to a friend that he was going to kill his family. On February 18th of 1988, Mr. Braun telephoned another friend and stated that he had killed his family. On October 15th, 1989, David Francis Braun was sentenced to 4 counts of first-degree murder in Olmsted County District Court. At the time of the offense, a life sentence required a minimum of 17 years incarceration. Sentence number 1 and 4 were run concurrent, and Mr. Braun was paroled from those sentences on January 16th of 2007. Sentence number 2 started on January 17th of 2007, and Mr. Braun was paroled from this sentence on May 21st of 2022. Mr. Braun is currently serving sentence number 3. His parole eligibility date was originally September 23rd of 2037. Due to the legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Braun now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 30 years incarceration. On January 9th of 2024, Mr. Braun was reviewed by a commissioner and his advisory panel for his initial review on this sentence. Mr. Braun was continued for a future review by the board in 1 year. On January 10th of 2025, Mr. Braun was reviewed by the board, who denied his parole and continued him for a future review in 1 year. On July 29th of 2025, Mr. Braun was granted the opportunity to go to the work release program. Today's review represents his 3rd review on his final life sentence after serving approximately 38 years of incarceration. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Braun is eligible to be considered for release as of February 17th of 2018. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Braun. How are you today? Good. So I'd like to start as I always do, but with a little bit of a twist. Talk a little bit about what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting. And then just bring us up to speed on what work release has been, pluses, the minuses, challenges, your current status. I know there was a little shift in employment and where things are at as we sit now.
Yeah. So what I would like to see happen is a parole date set that I could work towards. Yeah, maybe whatever the future step down process looks like, phase 2, XR, whatever that step down looks like. Just to continue to transition towards it. That's what I'd like to see happen. As far as my work release, my experience has been, the transition has actually been very smooth for me. Not that there hasn't been issues or difficulties or struggles, but it has been relatively smooth, taking things slowly and not pressuring myself to do things quickly. Just as an example, a lot of guys get out and one of the first things they want to do is get their driver's license and get their car and start production. I waited about 60 days before I even to pursue that avenue, driver's license and stuff. So I've just kind of paced myself. I've gone at the pace that I feel comfortable with, and my work release agent, case manager at the halfway house have been supportive of that process. So some of the challenges that I faced. So one of the biggest challenges is the situation where you come into and things don't make sense. Sometimes decisions don't make sense. And it's just, that's what they've always done. Things aren't progressing with technology. They're not progressing with modern times. It's just like, this is how things have always been done. So for example, we begin our work release, we have a flip phone. And it's really difficult to navigate in today's society without the technology and communication tool that everyone is using for commerce and connection. Just the smartphone links and QR codes are everywhere, and you can't access those with flip phone. And when you come from an environment where you kind of know everything and you're comfortable with everything, you transition to the community where everything is kind of new and different. Having that impediment, I found to be a difficult challenge. I found ways to make it work, but there were sometimes hurdles that you had to just find ways to overcome.
But based on your feedback, we're changing that.
Yeah.
No, but I appreciate it. It was very helpful.
I know
It
you and
was-
I
it was
personally
helpful.
had that
Yeah.
conversation as the board wasn't.
Yeah,
present.
part of that, but yeah.
So, but yeah, so that was one of the early challenges. Another one of the early challenges was everything is new, so everything is relatively uncomfortable. And just getting used to being uncomfortable and leaning into places where you're uncomfortable. It's not, instead of retreating back to a place where you might find comfort, like the halfway house or your room, just pressing into the places where you feel uncomfortable. Just challenging yourself to face those things. You mentioned my recent employment issue. So I was working at a place, this is their slow time of the year. I was hired during their kind of the peak of their year. And as things slowed down, they slowed down further than they expected. And since I was the last one hired in the department, I was the first one to let go when they started making cutbacks. So, but I had an interview with a job on Monday and got an offer to start on 16th of next month. And I have a second interview with the company tomorrow to just a follow-up interview. And so I feel good about those prospects. They called me back for a second interview. So,
Not the name of the company, but what's the nature of the work?
cabinetry.
Yeah, which has been something that you,
Yeah, I did for
Headed-
10 years while I was in Stillwater.
yeah.
Yeah.
So as you look at the future, what do you anticipate being, the ongoing challenges that you know or suspect you're likely to face, and some of the strategies that you will use to address them?
Well, I mean, there's one of the strategies that I've been using is a lot of times if I go into a place, an environment where I know I'm not going to know the communication, the language. So I did get an opportunity to get a smartphone, and I went with a friend to go get that smartphone to make sure that I wasn't being taken advantage of and sold some things I didn't need, and that I got the things that I didn't. So one of those strategies is sometimes going along with someone to provide a little bit of help when I know that I'm going to need it. As far as emotionally, when I face challenges, I just revert to the things that I've always done as I work through challenges. I initially I start in prayer. And I just spent time in prayer, just tried to calm myself and reassure myself. If that doesn't work, I usually just try to figure out where the emotions are coming from, what the emotions are, if I can process through them myself. Those challenges continue to boggle me.
You get the mic.
Live
feed can't hear you.
If the challenges continue to bother me, I reach out to my support network.
Okay. And you, when you talk about your support network, do you feel like you have a broad enough support network and a variety of places and spaces to access people?
I kind of joke with people that I feel over-resourced. It's sometimes hard to keep track of and keep in connection with everybody that I have that supports me and to try to keep everybody in the loop. But yeah, I do feel like I have a very broad support system in a variety of areas.
We've talked about this in the past and when we've met, but one of the things that and that is not surprising to you, as you've acknowledged that, your case had significance and prominence and created considerable consternation and challenge. And how have you dealt with or faced some of that? And what insights have you gained as you think about moving forward around how you navigate people who may have strong feelings about you and your release and so forth?
Well, I mean, I've kind of faced some of those issues throughout my incarceration. No, I just know that when I show up at a place, regardless of how someone is going to approach me, they're going to meet the person that I am today, not the person I was 10 years ago or 20 years ago, or even further back. They're going to meet who I am today. And I hope they'll find somebody who's more interested in healing situations and relationships. I'm not interested in continuing any kind of harm. If someone is opposed to me or my parole, if all I knew about myself was the crimes that I committed, I would probably agree with them. But I know the transformation that's taken place in my life, and so I don't feel the same way.
Can you just talk a little bit about that transformation? What is that? And what does it look like?
The biggest factor that's happened in my life to transform me has been my relationship with Christ. It's been my faith that has been the biggest transformative power that's come into my life. And then I've taken that and pursued the different programs and opportunities that were available to me throughout my incarceration to just try to find ways to better myself, to overcome deficiencies that I had, to try and find healing for myself, and then to try and find healing and reach out and try to heal relationships with people in my life as well.
Good. I'd like to open it up to others who may have questions for Mr. Brown.
Observations, if I may.
Yes.
Don, can you use the mic? The mic.
You let them learn. Observations. You deal with dialectics so well, or opposites or paradoxes. A couple that today are apparent to me: discomfort and uncertainty, or that could be a four-way thing, and you're aware of all sides. Let's see, in terms of your support system, a sense of obligation and a sense of gratitude.
Yeah.
And you're balancing it well. if- Three things that I share with you are enthusiasm and maybe the uncertainty of which will be available or which are available. Cabinetry. I like to make sawdust too. From your description, particularly what you did at St. Cloud, you're a systems analysis. You look at the big system and what's needed and how do people connect in that system. And I'm not sure the same opportunities have been available in other places that may have been there at St. Cloud, or you took advantage of it at St. Cloud. And then the third area of great enthusiasm and energy and grace, for lack of the best word, the spiritual, your connection with your Christ. So thank you. What I'm particularly interested in the opposition and how that can be addressed, or where you see opportunities, say, to address specifically some of community responses. What are the better paths? Maybe even this board could be involved in.
Yeah. Can I address some of the other things
Oh,
you mentioned
sure,
and
yeah.
then get to the,
Yeah.
When I toured the cabinet shop, I hadn't been in a cabinet shop in several months, and the smell of sawdust there's something unique about that when you work in woodworking. And as far as uncertainty and how I face it, there was a long period of my life where I could tell you exactly what was going to happen tomorrow, because it was what happened yesterday and the day before and the day before that. And life in prison is within about a 99 percentile is the same as the day before. There's very little uncertainty. And so I kind of like the idea that anything can happen tomorrow. It's a different experience, and I've been enjoying it.
And you've been there.
And so, but as far as how to potentially create healing in some of those environments and with some of the communities, I wrote in one of my recent parole hearings, the packet was a little large, I apologize for it, about an opportunity that could be created to have healing conversations with different members of the community, and maybe a series of conversations. Obviously, some preparation on both sides would have to take place beforehand, but more of a restorative justice style circle discussion about crimes, the effect that crimes have had on people, and maybe through telling of those stories that people could find some healing.
But bring both sides together
in a conversation.
In a safe process.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any opportunities for that to happen that you're aware of?
So far, no.
Yeah.
But I feel like every opportunity that I have to engage with people is an opportunity to provide encouragement, support, healing.
Right on.
So.
Other questions?
I'll just make a comment. So you're coming into this amount of freedom in your life at a time in our communities that the world's kind of on fire. And so just to give you the frame that not every problem out here is because you were incarcerated for so long, just join the community of messed upness. And I have to take a friend to go get a smartphone. So and I'm older than you. So, technology is also just challenging by itself. So just that frame of not every problem is a result of what you've been doing the last several decades. There's just problems. So I think all the stuff that you've worked on and the relationships that you have just, have you very well resourced to live a life out here with the rest of us that are bumbling along. and trying to figure things out.
Anything else? Not hearing anything else. I want to turn to Mr. Walker. Thank you for being here today, and just want to open the floor to you to provide whatever insights or thoughts you have about Mr. Brahm's progress. And
yeah, I think his faith in Christ has really grounded him and helped him stay in a more moment by moment walk with God, and that's really benefited him well in the transition. I think he's been doing really, really well. I think his composure's been good. He's a planner. He thinks ahead. He's very thoughtful, and I think that served him well also. Yeah, I'm surprised, but I shouldn't be surprised at how well he seems to be doing. So,
thank you. And thank you for being here today. Mr. Brahm, I'd like to just open the floor to give you one final opportunity to share whatever it is you'd like with the board before we begin the process of a discussion and deliberation about next steps.
I just want to give my gratitude for the opportunities that the board has given me so far. Not all of them have been what I wanted. Going back to St. Cloud was a challenge, but it benefited me. I found ways to find growth in those situations. And so I'm extremely grateful for the decisions and the thoughtfulness that y'all have put into what my process and transition looks like.
Thank you. And with that, I would open it to the board to talk next steps or what people might be thinking.
Well, I'll make a motion to parole, I guess, phase 2 in Anoka County. And, whatever happens has to happen within 60 to 90 days.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
There's a resource here that this could be advantageous in many ways. Maybe no particular way to identify that at this moment, but how can we see that? How can we be a part of seeing that happen? I think using some of your resources and your skills and your experience in this whole process. It's something I'd be interested in pursuing, or like to see this board pursue as well.
Thank you.
Uncertainty again, but good direction.
There's a motion and a second. Any other thoughts? Obviously, it would the same things as the previous discussion. HRU to set and establish the conditions of release should it be granted by the board, and go from there. So.
Where would that location be?
It would go to Anoka. He would phase 2 work release until final assignment of an agent and approval of the plan.
So the near future, it looks like Anoka County.
Like a phased work release in phase 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart. You're muted.
I'm sorry. No.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The motion prevails. Parole will be granted in accordance with the terms as specified. Movement to phase 2 work release can be arranged as soon as the facility and work release staff can make that happen. And then once an agent is assigned and the release plan is approved, HRU will establish the conditions of release, and you would go to regular parole. Any questions?
No,
All
thank
right.
you.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right, we're done with this portion. All right.
Oh, is that 4-2? Is that 4-2?
It is 5-2.
Thank you. 5-2.
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, very.
We just have a couple. We have
I'm forward.
approval.
Yeah.
You take care.
Thank you.
You can just leave that on the table.
All right.
I have to order. Oh, we just have to approve the minutes
Oh,
from the last
time.
meeting,
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
think. That's all we have. Sure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, we have we have a couple of items of business. We have nothing on the, folks, if we could just a couple of things we have to finish up here. We have nothing by way of new business other than we do have, I think, trainings planned, right?
Yes, February 24th.
224, so that, and just so people understand, there'll be a training day for board. There will be no board business discussed at that, but simply, people coming in to provide different training on assessments and different processes. And really, it's beginning discussions about how do we establish more formalized board policies as we go forward.
Do you know the timeframe for that?
We will let you know as soon as we get confirmation. A couple flight arrangements and things are going on right now, so.
Did you say the 24th?
At 8:15.
8:15,
24th.
8:15 a.m.
I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
What date did you say?
February 24th.
Thanks.
Rebecca.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry, do you know if decisions on appointments or reappointments can be expected by that point in time?
We've gotten some different conflicting messages, and so we'll do some follow up on that. We were thinking at one point it would, then there was some thought that it would be early March. So we're just we're waiting on some of that. So,
yeah,
but we'll do some follow up just to see where that's at. All right, and then there is one action item here, and that is a motion to approve the January 13th meeting minutes.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Any public comment? None. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will occur Friday, February 13th, 11:15 a.m. here. And with that, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second, both. We have both there. And we're adjourned. Thank you.